Delegate Mary Lehman. Thank you, ma'am. If you have a panel, please bring it up.
Thank you.
Who's the last person you said? Mayor Waters?
Mayor Waters.
Did he sign up?
We came and told you that we were having difficulty signing him up. We called the committee and couldn't get anyone on the phone. So my chief of staff spoke to you and you said, Mayor Waters, of course, he should know how to sign up, but he had issues and you said he could come.
It doesn't sound like somebody say, but all right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for being so gracious. Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Mr. Vice Chair, there he is, Vice Chair Crosby, and Economic Matters Committee colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Mary Lehman, and I'm here to ask your favorable report of House Bill 1193 with amendments. So this bill aims to protect surface water, groundwater, and drinking water, plus the overall environment from the polluting effects of what our Department of Environment estimates is about 700 million tons of coal ash in Maryland. It has been left behind by coal-fired power plants at approximately 70 sites throughout the state. I provided the committee with a map created by DNR's Power Plant Research Program showing where these sites are. The map should be uploaded in the floor system. It's a little challenging to decipher, so I also attached a list for you of the sites by county. 11 members of this committee have coal ash sites in their county. Some of you have one or more of these sites in your district. Baltimore City and Baltimore County have the most sites with 13 each, followed by Anne Arundel County that has 10 sites. So what is coal ash? It's also known as fly ash or coal combustion residuals. It's produced mainly by the burning of coal in coal-fired power plants. It contains hazardous pollutants, including arsenic, boron, cobalt, chromium, lead, lithium, mercury, radium, selenium, and other heavy metals, which have been linked to cancer, heart and thyroid disease, reproductive failure, and neurological harm. The federal EPA promulgated regulations in 2015 to address coal ash pollution, but according to a report by Waterkeepers of the Chesapeake, most coal ash dumps remain unregulated because of sweeping exemptions for legacy coal ash ponds and inactive landfills, and we have many of those in Maryland. The EPA proposed new regulations last year. These proposed rules, which may be finalized in June of this year, we'll wait and see if that happens. They will seek to set a national standard and are unlikely to sufficiently address the coal ash problem we have here in Maryland. For example, the agency is not expected to address coal ash that's dumped off-site, so away from where the power plant itself was actually operating. It's frequently dumped further away. Actually, in the early 1990s, as I was reading the history about coal ash, and hard as this is to believe now, especially for those of you like Delegate Pruski from Anne Arundel County government actually passed a law to encourage the use of coal ash as a fill when reclaiming old sand and gravel pits. Of course, at the time, there was no recognition that coal ash used in this way would not stay stationary, but would actually migrate off-site. So the reason we have coal ash pollution, this problem in Maryland, is that power plants historically dump their coal ash into unlined landfills that can and have leaked and are polluting groundwater and surface water. In 2024, all but 2 coal-fired power plants in Maryland have been phased out. However, the pollution has remained. At a briefing before the Environment and Transportation Committee just this year on January 30th, DNR identified 70 sites where coal ash remains in varying states with evidence that it does continue to pollute our environment and pose serious health risks to Marylanders. So, as I said, those coal ash landfills are spread across 5 counties in Baltimore City. But the important thing to remember is that because of the potential for the coal ash to migrate and pollute surface and groundwater, as well as air and soil, residents in virtually every Maryland county are at least at risk of being exposed to coal ash contamination. So this bill does three major things. First, it requires MDE to adopt regulations. And if you look at the initial version of the bill, it spelled out these regulations for testing and monitoring of water quality. So we made a change and directed MDE to adopt regulations on or before April 1st, 2026, requiring owner-operators of these sites to identify each disposal site on its own property, describe liners and other management activities used to protect against discharges, describe actions to remove or reuse coal ash, submit a report at least once a year for the preceding year to describe discharges to either ground or surface water, describe any contamination to drinking water within 1 mile of that unit, and provide alternative drinking water to any resident whose water is contaminated. Owner operators must also submit a report to MDE regarding the amount of coal ash to be used for any beneficial purposes, such as in concrete products or coal ash that is encapsulating. The second thing the bill does is require MDE to establish and collect a new fee on owner operators. This new fee is separate from a fee that was established many years ago that actually goes away when a plant closes. And this fee will be based on the volume of coal ash disposed of on-site, the amount remaining in landfills and impoundments, the extent to which the coal ash is being used in any beneficial way, whether the coal ash is being transported out of state, and the extent to which discharges are threatening public health and the environment. MDE can waive this fee if an owner-operator actually has contracts in place to encapsulate the coal ash or dispose of it at a permitted facility. And finally, HB 1193 creates a community advisory council. This, Mr. Chair and members, I think is one of the most important aspects, if not the most important aspects of this bill. So this advisory council will consist of representatives of MDE, DNR, the Commission on Environmental Justice, up to 6 local government representatives, up to 6 scientists, at least 5 citizens from the impacted communities, and 3 non-governmental organizations with expertise in solid waste or water pollution. For decades, residents and local elected officials have not had a voice or a seat at the table when it comes to addressing coal ash pollution. By establishing the council, which will be required to meet a minimum of twice a year, including at least once in person, I believe the state would be finally acknowledging the importance of local involvement in advising MDE on coal ash storage, cleanup, and incentives for encapsulation. And I think HB 1193 is a step forward in holding polluters accountable and giving citizens and other stakeholders a voice in the years ahead. One last comment. So again, I read a lot of archival material and news articles going back decades about this problem. And the one that felt like it hit closest sort of to me was from a citizen of Gambrels that I believe Mr. Prusky knows or knew at one time, named Gail Queen. And she actually testified before Congress in 2009. She was 56 years old at the time, and she lived in an area with significant coal ash pollution, and Constellation Energy had to provide bottled water for folks in that area. There were about 50 wells that were contaminated. When she testified before Congress, she was 56, and she stated that her doctor had told her because of her exposure, her environmental exposure, she had the lungs of an 80-year-old. 4 million pounds of coal ash had been dumped on about 80 acres right near where she lived. Her husband had already died of multiple organ failure, and she was ill for much of her adult life. I had hoped to get in touch with her for this hearing, but unfortunately she has passed away. So this is a real problem that affects real people. And again, I ask for your favorable report on HB 1193. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nicholas. I'm the Vice President of Programs for Potomac River Keeper Network. Our organization has been working on coal ash issues for a long time because this is really highly toxic material that we have here. For hundreds of years of burning coal, what's been happening is that the waste of that, the ash, the partially unburned coal has just been buried with an attempt to forget about it. But unfortunately, it doesn't just stay there. it migrates. As soon as it contacts water, it contaminates that water. We have in Maryland one of the most highly contaminated sites in the country, both by EPA's determination as well as independent evaluations in Brandywine. It is a coal ash disposal pit. It went under an enforcement action by the Maryland Department of the Environment, prompted by advocates, including our organization, back in 2013. It's still contaminating. No ash has been removed from there. It is still listed by EPA as one of the most contaminated sites in the country. And we're allowing this to happen 11, 12 years after already knowing the harm and the damage that's being done. But it doesn't have to be this way. We are importing coal ash into this country right now when we have 50 million tons at least buried in the state of Maryland, exposed to water and contaminating the water. This is a brick from the Morgantown facility in the Chair Wilson's district. This is a brick made of coal ash. This is a beneficial encapsulated reuse that we could have. And yet we're still leaving it in place, causing harm to community members, contamination, cancer, and death. Please move this bill forward. It's out of our waterways. We ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson. Good to see you again, sir. My name is Mayor Noah Waters from the town of Eagle Harbor, Maryland, which is at the southeastern tip of Prince George's County. We are one of the last predominantly African-American waterfront communities of about 7 remaining in the United States. And we're also proudly a part of the nation's, one of the nation's newest national heritage areas, the Southern Maryland National Heritage Area. So we're considered a national heritage treasure. Nevertheless, we have been victims of environmental injustice and systemic racism regarding the environmental injustice for decades. We have the Chalk Point Power Plant, which is essentially in our backyard. Through serendipity, its discovery, we learned we had a creek, Coleman Creek. I don't know if people have read about it. That kept getting wider and wider. Well, the stormwater runoff feeding Coleman Creek came from the power plant. And we discovered that, and at least since 2000, I have been requesting from every agency known as county, state, the power plant, federal, for testing of water, soil, air on deaf ears. That testing has not occurred. Well, it's just starting to occur. So there's no robust testing going on. And I guess you can imagine as an elected official how one would feel being responsible to advocate for young people and elderly people who cannot advocate for themselves. I'm quite aware of the coal ash site in Brandywine, which is not far from our town, where these sites, the companies dump the coal ash in Brandywine. And I have empiricism because I know for a fact that that is a public park. And they've taken this coal ash, which is considered in numerous articles, I believe the 7th.
My name is Bob Dreher, and I'm the legal director of the Potomac Riverkeeper Network. Delegate Lehman and my colleague have described the significant environmental challenge posed by millions of tons of coal ash deposited at dozens of sites across Maryland. Remediation of this waste will pose a significant environmental and economic challenge. Under federal rules, many of these sites will likely have to be closed through removal of the coal ash to properly lined landfills. That process is expensive, especially if the coal ash must be transported for long distances. But coal ash can also represent an economic opportunity for Maryland. Coal ash can be recycled for use in a wide range of industrial products, including concrete and building materials like the brick that my colleague has shown you. It has considerable economic value for such uses. In fact, manufacturers across the country are utilizing coal ash left at coal-fired power plants. Recycling coal ash has important environmental benefits as well. First, incorporation of coal ash into concrete locks it away in a permanent chemical and physical matrix. That process, known as encapsulated beneficial use, permanently removes the coal ash and its environmentally harmful constituents from the environment, achieving the goal of remediation. Use of coal ash for concrete manufacture also provides very significant greenhouse gas benefits. Manufacturers estimate that every ton of coal ash used in concrete manufacture saves a ton of carbon dioxide that would otherwise have been emitted in making cement for that concrete. This bill promotes such recycling by waiving the fee that would otherwise be assessed on the owners of coal ash sites if they commit to use their coal ash for encapsulated beneficial use, such as concrete manufacture. Encouraging such recycling will provide important environmental and economic benefits for Maryland and for the site owners. The Potomac Riverkeeper Network urges enactment of this bill.
I believe that's everyone. We have one question, Doug Weibel.
I'm just curious on the building products that are being made out of coal ash. Are the contaminants removed from those, or are they just encapsulated within?
The coal ash largely encapsulates everything that's in the coal ash. They grind it to make it an even mixture, but they don't remove the metals. They're locked into that brick for the lifetime of the brick.
So in the process of the cement manufacturing, I'm assuming the intense heat would eliminate the contaminants in that situation, but I was curious about the brick.
Not entirely, because some of the contaminants are heavy metals that would remain. But again, they're locked into the concrete in a way that prevents their release.
Okay, and that's the same with the brick product? All right, thank you.
See no further questions for this panel. We're moving on to Jose Coronado Flores. I think Ms. Nichols already testified, right? Yeah. Ms. Wilson, Grace Wilson. I think that's the last two favorables. Sir, Grace Wilson available? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I'm a policy analyst with the organization CASA, Maryland's largest immigrant services and advocacy organization. We're here today offering favorable testimony because our members are residents in communities like Brandywine and Westport. Our members are also overwhelmingly low-income immigrants who have a difficult time accessing health services, which makes them especially vulnerable to the health impacts of these waste sites. We're also here understanding that being part of the immigrant community, these are our new communities. So we want to stand alongside these areas that have been historic dumping grounds. In the Westport area specifically, the community already knows the air is polluted from nearby industry, waste facilities, and major roads. However, with two coal ash waste sites in close proximity, the effects of pollution are also impacting the land and water. HB 1193 sets to obtain data on water quality near these sites to quantify harm and the extent of local contamination. This legislation also prioritizes the right ways to deal with this waste and sets channels for community engagement and input in the cleanup process. We need data and plans to deal with this waste, and this legislation sets to accomplish this so that we can be on a real path towards remediation and justice for these communities. For these reasons, CASA urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we now move to the favorable amendments. Herbert Jones and Sharon Lawrence. Is there a Herbert Jones or a Sharon Lawrence? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson and members of the Economic Committee. My name is Sharon Lawrence. I'm a founding member of the South County Environmental Justice Coalition, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors for the Livingston Woods Homeowners Association. I am here today to express my strong support for House Bill 1193, coal combustion byproduct. This bill represents a unique opportunity for Maryland to not only address the environmental challenges posed by coal ash, but also to harness its potential for economic growth and job creation through recycling and reuse initiatives. For decades, Maryland has grappled with the aftermath of burning coal, a practice that has left behind millions of tons of coal ash containing hazardous pollutants. These pollutants, including arsenic, lead, mercury, and others, pose serious risk to public health, causing cancer, heart disease, reproductive issues, and nerve damage. This situation is dire, and with coal ash contaminating groundwater, surface waterways, and even the air we breathe. The beneficial use of coal ash holds immense promise for our state. By repurposing coal ash for various applications, such as cement, bricks, and even ceramics, we can achieve significant environmental, economics, and performance benefits. It is concerning to note that the United States is currently importing coal ash for use in making cement, while tons of coal ash remain unused and potentially harmful when left in the ground. By enacting HB 1193, Maryland can adverse this trend and unlock the potential of coal ash within our state. Moreover, the recycling and reuse of coal ash has the potential to create local jobs and stimulate economic growth. By investing in innovative technologies and infrastructure for coal for reuse, Maryland can foster a growing industry that generates employment opportunities and bolster our economy. In conclusion, HB 1193 represents a win-win solution for Maryland. By promoting recycling and reuse of coal ash, we can simultaneously address economic challenges. I support this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. Is there a question? Oh, I apologize. Apologize, brother. Go ahead.
It's quite all right, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson, committee members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Herbert H. Jones III, founding member of the South County Environmental Justice Coalition and president of the Italian North Area Civic Association, Prince George's County, Maryland. We represent over 1,800 homeowners in the area, and I'm here today to urge the favorable report of HB 1193, coal combustion byproducts as amended by the sponsor. This bill is critical for the health and well-being of our communities like mine that have been adversely impacted by the toxic legacy of coal ash, along with historical environmental injustices. Our community has been saddled with the burden of having to deal with the aftermath of burning coal, a practice that has left behind millions of tons of coal ash containing hazardous pollutants. These pollutants include arsenics, lead, mercury, and others, pose serious risk to public health, causing cancer, heart disease, reproduction issues, as you've already heard. The situation is dire with coal ash, contaminant groundwater, surface water, and even the air quality that we breathe. Not to mention the impact of our housing values, environmental and health effects of coal ash pollution. Our drinking water sources have been compromised, our health has been put at risk, and our environment has been degraded. The time for action is now. HB 1193 represents a comprehensive approach to addressing the coal ash crisis by requiring assessments of groundwater and surface water contamination, prioritizing safe storage and disposal of coal ash, establishing regulatory fee, and ensuring communities' input in remediation plans. This bill lays the groundwork for meaningful change. Additionally, the advisory council's roles to include impacted community members ensures that those most affected have a stake in the cleanup process. Thank you very much.
Seeing no questions for this panel, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're now going to be moving on. I believe that's all for this bill. Moving on to the next bill, which is Delegate Stein, and I don't believe I have to remind him, but for all my colleagues and the people listening, I know that these are very important bills, but the presenters need to really watch their time to present. We have a lot of witnesses, so please, and if you have witnesses, obviously, Me Too works great. I understand everybody came here for a reason and they want to be able to get their point across, but we have a lot of bills. I don't want people to start losing focus. So of course, Dan, please have a seat. I know you've been here a long time, so you know how to, and to make it quick, but yeah. Sure. So. Can we say it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein presenting on House Bill 1272. Now, cap and invest is a type of pollution regulation that sets a cap on pollution from a specific set of pollution sources and reduces that cap over time. It's designed in a way that drives investments from polluters into reduction programs and also into consumer benefit programs. Maryland has been implementing a cap and invest program for carbon pollution from power plants for more than 15 years, and that's through the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI. 10 states, including Maryland, actively participate in RGGI right now, and the member states have reduced carbon pollution from power plants faster than the country as a whole, cutting pollution roughly in half since the program began. But we have ambitious climate goals, and we still have a ways to go to meet them. Our goals are 60% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2031, and then getting to net zero by 2045. So last December, MDE released its climate pollution reduction plan, which identified several measures to help Maryland achieve these greenhouse gas reduction goals. The plan identified a broader cap and invest program as a potential measure that would drive more rapid greenhouse gas emissions and raise funding to invest in clean energy, clean transportation, and clean industry projects. The plan also tasked MDE with evaluating how expanding this cap and invest policy framework to other sectors of Maryland's economy would work. So what this bill does is that it would ensure that evaluation of this potential measure happens by the end of the year. The date set in the bill is development of a plan by December 31st, 2024. And it also establishes key priorities for energy affordability and environmental justice in developing the plan. In terms of what other states do, California and Washington State both implement economy-wide cap and invest programs that cover carbon pollution from multiple sectors beyond power plants. California has implemented their program for 12 years, and Washington State launched its program last year. New York is in the process of developing an economy-wide cap and invest program to complement their participation in RGGI. And it's designing its program to accommodate RGGI and to enable participation from other states. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge a favorable vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Kim Coble, Executive Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. I also serve as the co-chair of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. Delegate Stein has laid out the bill beautifully, so I'm going to say me too with an exclamation mark. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the committee. My name is Kate Corton, and on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund, I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1272. EDF is a global nonprofit focused on tackling climate change, and our teams have worked on policies that limit economy-wide pollution, like the proposed Cap and Invest program, for decades and across dozens of states and countries. Maryland's Climate Solutions Now Act establishes some of the most ambitious climate targets in the country. Achieving these critical science-based targets will require policies beyond those in place today. Through our experience and research, EDF has found that policies like Cap and Invest are a critical component of meeting climate targets. By establishing an enforceable declining limit on emissions across all major sources, a Cap and Invest program can serve as a backstop to Maryland's climate targets while driving significant investments to further decarbonization, economic development, environmental justice, resilience, and other priorities. Cap and Invest is a proven approach, as Maryland knows firsthand from its participation in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. Other climate leadership states like California, Washington, and New York have established or are in the process of adopting economy-wide programs to cut emissions in line with their targets and drive billions of dollars of investments each year in their communities. Any effective Cap and Invest program must prioritize environmental justice, as HB 1272 explicitly requires. This includes ensuring the program accelerates the reduction of harmful air pollution in overburdened communities and sets aside a minimum percentage of revenues to be invested in these communities. A Cap and Invest program, as proposed in HB 1272, would support Maryland's ability to achieve its climate targets and drive investments in safer, healthier communities. EDF urges a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Softball question, and that is this is about making the air cleaner, I understand. is there any provision now, Delegate Stein, with respect to MDE to have this program applied to nuclear power?
There is no provision in this bill, or
Understood.
my understanding, in terms of MDE consideration of regulation of nuclear power for emissions purposes, since nuclear power has no carbon emissions.
So, no, I understand. I guess what I'm saying is that this is kind of a cap and invest. So you're taking from the people that are creating the pollution or paying those who are putting in place clean energy. And so I guess the question is since nuclear is clean energy, are you aware of anything in your bill, or if not in your bill, in your program, the Cap and Invest program, that would accommodate nuclear so they would be paid for creating clean energy?
I'll have to defer on that by saying it's up to how MDE would design the program, but hypothetically, yes. And actually, I should say that the investing part of Cap and Invest is up to the legislature.
Of course.
So we would set the parameters for the types of eligible programs under a Cap and Invest program.
Would you support nuclear energy being part of the program?
I would support incentives to further develop nuclear, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, just building on the nuclear piece, I just want to clarify also that nuclear actually ends up benefiting under Cap and Invest, whether or not the invest is in nuclear. Is that correct? Like as in the fact that competitively, nuclear would not be paying the fee and coal and gas would. So nuclear, solar, wind would not be paying the pollution fee, and coal and gas would. So it sort of evens the playing field in that sense for every non-emitting source. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. And yes.
Thank you. I'm sure my colleagues will like this bill then. Thank you.
I see no further questions for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to Donald Goldberg. Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Donald Goldberg. I'm the Executive Director of Climate Law and Policy Project, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 1272. Cap and Invest programs already have a highly successful track record, both here in Maryland and in other jurisdictions. Through membership in RGGI, a regional Cap and Invest program for the power sector, Maryland has raised over $1 billion for investment in affordable and reliable clean energy. California's economy-wide Cap and Invest program has raised more than $24 billion since 2006 for emissions reductions and other environmental, economic, and public health benefits. At least 35% of those benefits go to disadvantaged communities and households. Quebec's economy-wide Cap and Invest system, which links to California's, has raised more than $8 billion Canadian since 2013. Washington's program, which soon may link to California's and Quebec's, raised almost $2 billion in its first year. New York is in the process of developing its economy-wide Cap and Invest program, which will be designed to link with other programs. These programs have a fundamental structure in common. They are the keystones of comprehensive climate plans, providing vital funding to support sectoral policies and ensuring that even if those policies fail to achieve required reductions, the allowance cap will fill the gap. To ensure Maryland's climate pollution reduction plan is successful, an economy-wide cap and invest program is essential. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Seeing no questions, we'll now move to the unfavorables. Mike O'Halloran, Kirk McCauley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the House Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Mike O'Halloran here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors and Mid-Atlantic Propane Gas Association. Both of these organizations objected to this policy in the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan, filed comments to this effect, comments which I'd be happy to share with the committee. Because, we see this as a restriction of critically important fuels like propane, heat oil, and gasoline. Fuels that are used to heat people's homes, hospitals, businesses, and power the vast majority of Maryland's cars. And this does represent a tax on the aforementioned. So the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan proposes an expansive program to cap greenhouse gas emissions and sell emissions credits. The theory being that the proceeds from the sale would be used to fund greenhouse gas reduction projects. The cap would decrease each year until it was low enough to reach the 60% by 2031 and net zero by 2045 goals laid out in the Climate Solutions Now Act that the legislature passed in 2020. But this kind of restriction and tax on energy will give pause at every single level of economic development and will increase energy prices for every household that uses fuel, gasoline, propane, natural gas, etc. The recommendations in the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan comes at a cost by the department's own estimation of $1 billion per year in public investment. So this committee is well aware of the Transportation Trust Fund deficit, which likely, although still to be determined, will have an impact on fossil fuel vehicle owners. Maryland just cannot move forward on these costly policies alone, and it may need to take a look at the GHG goals and recognize them as goals and not simply a line in the sand. Thank you, and we respectfully request an unfavorable committee report.
Kirk McCauley with the WMDA service stations, convenience stores, and auto repair shops. Chairman Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the committee. More or less me too with what Mike said, but I'd also like to see in addition to this bill, if it were to go through, that stated that it was for a program development only. Physical policy notes were unsure what it was for. They said that MD told them it was only for a program development, but sometimes memories get short. I would like to see if the bill did move forward to have in it, it was for program development only. People of Maryland should have true transparency on what it's going to cost them. And the only way they can do that is to be able to weigh in on implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Concludes this panel and concludes this bill. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to bill number 3, I believe it's Delegate Frazier Hidalgo and one of his multiple bills that he has today. So I'm sure that he will be brief in his testimony as well as will his witnesses. So we can get through his other 15 bills that he's put in today. And if there's a panel with the good delegate, please bring them up.
Thank you. For all the boos, you all know I love you. You can boo me if you like. But someday you will need me. As I need you today. Yeah. Which bill? Oh, so. Yeah, Renee. You're in the right place. Okay.
Should I come up?
Yeah.
Should I come up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Enough for the sponsor.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, members of the committee. Sorry. This is Renew.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing me to come up here 4 times today. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that all 4 are on one day, but just remember that I could have had a bunch on other days. I just thought you all loved me on this one particular day, so I figured I'd give it to you all at once. So the Renew Act of 2024, most of you know we had this bill last year. This is an iteration of a carbon bill that we had a few years ago. And the idea, part of the idea of this bill, just so you know what the bill does, is it basically goes after the fossil fuel industry and makes them pay for the damages, or at least in part for the damages that they have done over the years. A couple of years ago, we had this bill hearing on Zoom, and the chairman specifically asked me, because I was talking about the tobacco industry, and that was a different bill, but the impetus in part came from the chairman's question, which was, is this similar to what's happened with the tobacco industry? And I would say to all of you, yes. For years, the tobacco industry denied, even after knowing that what they were doing and selling cigarettes was causing cancer. And they denied it, and they denied it, and even though they knew, and they put up a lot of misinformation to delay anything that happened until the Surgeon General's warning came out in 1973. This is the same thing. The fossil fuel industry has known for decades, since the mid-70s, they have known that burning fossil fuels does damage, creates greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and everything that this committee is very well aware of. And they hid it. They didn't just not talk about it, they hid it, and they provided an incredible amount of misinformation. So in an effort to not have any negative impacts on Marylanders, what this bill does is it goes after the top 40 fossil fuel companies in other states. So none of these companies are in Maryland. This does not affect or hurt Maryland. This does not go after any ratepayers, taxpayers, residents in Maryland. What it says is those companies, again, to be clear, not in Maryland, should help to pay for the mess that they caused. As another delegate on this committee once said, and I'm going to take it because I think it's great, and that is, my parents taught me that when you make a mess, you got to clean it up. So the fossil fuel industry has made a very, very big mess, and they should clean it up. We shouldn't clean it up. Our rates and ratepayer cases to the PSC shouldn't go up to clean this up. As many of you know, because you just saw earlier in this session, Annapolis was flooded. We're talking about just in Annapolis, $54 million to shore up their docks, $228 million from Howard County. You will know about this. A 100 or 1,000 year storm happened twice in 18 months. So there's a lot of stormwater management issues. There's a lot of pollution issues. There's a lot of public health issues that are not being addressed because we don't have the money. And why should we have to pay for it? So with this over 9 years would bring $9 billion to the state of Maryland to help shore up those issues so that your constituents don't have to pay for it directly. They're still going to have to pay for it because $9 billion is a drop in the bucket, but at least it's a start. So with that said, I'd like to put it on to the other members of my panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jamie DeMarco. I'm the Maryland Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. 40 years ago, 9 inches of rain was a once in 100-year rain event. Today, 9 inches of rain is a once in 10-year rain event. And none of our stormwater management systems are equipped to handle that increased precipitation. The culverts, the pipes that go under roads to handle rain runoff just can't handle these increasingly frequent and intense rain events. And it costs public dollars to upgrade those stormwater management systems to prepare them for these more intense rain events. And as the sponsor listed, we have multiple examples in Maryland where current tax dollars are being used to pay for adaptation to climate change in this and other ways. This bill would say any company that has emitted more than 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions cumulatively over the covered period 2000 to 2020 would have to pay into a fund. That fund would equal $900 million a year for 10 years. The price could not be passed on to consumers because other companies would not have to pay into this fee and would keep their prices the same. So to stay competitive, these 40 companies who would pay would have to keep their prices the same as well. We know that every year that we do not pass this legislation or something very similar to it is another year that taxpayers will continue to bear 100% of the burden of the cost of adapting to climate change. And this contributes to the state's fiscal projected shortfall. There is no putting off these costs. When a road is washed out, it needs to be rebuilt immediately. And those costs are currently coming out of our taxpayer dollars. This policy was first introduced by Van Hollen in Congress, and you'll see in your testimony there's a letter from him endorsing this bill and urging us to pass. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Johnson. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an engineer. I'm a guy who has a couple of furniture stores, one in Baltimore City, one in Ellicott City, and two in Delaware. Just going to give you guys a little bit of a snapshot in 2 minutes of how climate change has affected me and my business. In 2003, I got an education in storm surge. This is pre-Katrina. I woke up one morning to find 3 feet of water pushed into my warehouse by Hurricane Isabel, lost the entire contents of my warehouse. In 2016, I remember specifically where I was when I got a phone call from Kathleen, who works for me in my Ellicott City store, to tell me that it was raining really hard and the roof was leaking really badly. I said, it's an old building, put out a couple of buckets, we'll get it squared away when the rain stops. 30 minutes later, she called to tell me that I didn't need to worry anymore. Kelly, who had worked in the morning, was friends with the Swiftwater Rescue from Howard County, and they were coming to pick her up so she would be safe. That's when I started hearing the term 1,000-year flood. In 2018, I understood that it's not a 1,000-year flood. It's every year there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that it will happen again. And I found out, I remember where I was when Kim called and asked if it would be safe to shelter the 30 to 40 wedding guests who had been at the wedding party downstairs in our store. They then moved to the 2nd floor of my store to stay safe from the storm. Further punctuating the devastation from that event was in 2018, later that year, when I met a woman who came into my store frantically looking for the pet boutique that had been downstairs. And I kept trying to figure out why. She was trying to find the woman who owned it because that's who her son was trying to save when he was washed away. His name is Eddie Hermond. He was a Maryland National Guardsman. He lost his life in the 2018 floods. I feel lucky. My total is about $400,000 over that period. Certainly these petroleum polluters can afford to foot the bill instead of me and my company.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So, sponsor of the bill, where does the money go? General fund?
The money goes mostly to MDE to help mitigate a lot of these issues. 40% of the money goes to underserved communities to help mitigate the issues in those. And there's a whole series, if you look at the bill, there's a whole series of pots of money that it goes to. There's a significant amount of discretion to the governor to ensure that those pots make sense at the time, since so many of these things are moving targets. But it's all stipulated in the bill, one by one.
So 100% of the money goes to MDE?
No.
Well, the reason why I'm asking, I'm trying to figure out how much of this goes to the general fund for non-focused spending. I mean, is there a lockbox on this, or?
100% of the funding would go to the new Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. From that fund, it would then be allocated out to other agencies such as DNR and people doing adaptation work in other agencies. But none of it would go to the general fund. It would all go to designated funds.
Okay, and somewhere in the bill, does it actually say that the money cannot be used for any other purpose other than these projects?
Yes, it says the funds must be used for climate adaptation and mitigation projects.
And what happens if the folks that you're trying to address in this bill don't pay the bill or sue, right? I mean, there's, yeah.
Then the AG's office would sue them.
All right. So
and there's a letter of support, not only from the AG's office, there's a letter of support from the AG's office saying they agree with this. They're in support of the bill. There's also a letter from the AG's office saying that they can legally do this, that they can sue the companies and
I mean, I can't imagine it's going to
them.
be as easy as you pass a bill and they're going to hand you $9 billion. I mean, there's going to be.
No, Delegate, I think you're right. I don't think it's that easy, but I would submit to you that the sooner that we get started, the sooner that they resist, the sooner that our Attorney General goes after them, and the sooner we get that money, and the sooner Maryland ratepayers and taxpayers don't have to pay it all themselves. But you're right, like, I don't think it's going to be that simple.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Has there been any consideration given as far as, not or actually actualizing some of the good things that have been done as far as vaccine and food delivery by companies that use fossil fuels to deliver those goods, that purchase these type of fossil fuels? These companies produce these fossil fuels.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
But I mean, you're coming with the bill, right? And you're after the producers of fuels, correct? Gas, diesel.
Right.
So, okay. They sell that to companies to put into trucks who deliver for food. Is there, I like to eat several times a day. I certainly think that people enjoy, getting vaccinations and food deliveries, and if they're hurt, being rushed to the hospital. Up until recently, these were our major methods of transportation.
And they still are.
These were good services. Is there any language in the bill that talks about actualizing those benefits for these producers? So yes or no?
No.
So
there isn't.
None of the
This is
so none of the
specifically
benefits-
designed. We're not talking, what we're talking about is the detriments to our society.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is the detriments to the world. So what
I'm talking about the positives to it.
well, there are positives. Yes,
Sure, okay,
there are
that's good to hear
positives.
that.
But I would submit to you, since the mid-70s, these fossil fuel industries knew exactly what they were doing, Delegate. And they didn't care about whether the money is going to purchase fuel, to move goods that are medical goods. They don't care about that. All they care about is making money. And that's all they care about. So if there's some altruistic idea somehow that the thought is that they care about helping move vaccines, I can assure you they don't. There are record profits. These companies are making record profits. And all we're saying is they should have to pay for part of the cleanup.
Is that the problem, the profits, or is that the?
No, I don't have any problem with any. I've ran my own business for 11 years. I have no problem with any company making a profit. I believe they should. I mean, why would businesses be in business if they couldn't survive, right? And businesses are really what drives our economy more than anything else. I am all for business. But also, if a business is creating a situation where they are creating a detriment to society, where they are hurting society, where they are killing people, which you just heard,
With
right?
the fuels they produce, with the emissions in the, yeah, I understand.
All of it together. And again, it's very similar to the tobacco industry. They've known. Now, it would be different if they said in 1975, look, our scientists are saying that this is a problem. We need to transition. We need to work with the state, local, federal government, the world. We have to work with everybody to figure out how we transition off of fossil fuels. That would be a different story, but that's not what they did. They held it. They provided misinformation intentionally to deceive people, to put profits over public health. And so that's where there's a big difference, right?
I mean, okay, we'll talk offline. I don't want to.
I'm happy to.
Yeah,
Maybe we could talk over one of those meals.
another beer.
Delegate, you said that the companies that is causing this problem is out of the state of Maryland?
Yeah, the companies that we're going after in this bill do not reside in the state of Maryland. And that was intentionally done for a variety of reasons, but we don't want to hurt Marylanders. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, just a quick question. We've been working on renewable energy since 2004. That's been a focus for us. We've probably spent $50 to $100 billion trying to improve our renewables. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact numbers. That may or may not be correct.
What I question in the bill is the fact that we're not ready for these places to go away, for fossil fuels to go away. We're not ready for that. So I question the bill in saying that, you know what, I want to fine you. I want you to pay big premium for polluting the world forever, but yet I still need you desperately.
Yeah, so I guess to answer your question, a couple of things. As far as the first number you threw out, that may or may not be accurate, but I would definitely say that we are throwing a significant amount of money into the transition. So I agree with you in that respect. I completely agree. On the idea of the transition, I mean, we have to make this transition. And as far as investments, I mean, we give incentives to the fossil fuel industry, over $100 billion in 1 year. I mean, what you were talking about is since 2004. We do that in 1 year with the fossil fuel industry. So you're right. We are not in the position to make that transition immediately. I think we are making that transition. As you know, just in the EV world alone, we've transitioned in the state of Maryland to about 96,000 registered EVs. We need to make that transition. We just don't need to make that transition on the back completely of the Maryland taxpayer and ratepayer when the fossil fuel industry is known what they're doing and they are making record profits.
Okay, can I ask my question now? Because I didn't ask a question yet.
Oh, I thought you
appreciate your
did.
answer.
I thought you did, but I'm sorry.
But my question, I guess, is that when you start going after these things, I find it a little hard to sit back and say, I need you desperately because we're not where we need to be yet. We're pushing to get there and we haven't gotten there yet. And we don't see a foreseeable future where we will get there with wind and solar, our quote unquote renewables. How are we going to sit back and say, I'm going to punish you, the people that are keeping me alive? They are our base. How am I going to punish you and have you not increase any rates to me? Because they will get our money, contrary to what the gentleman said. They will get that $10 billion. It'll come from the ratepayers. It'll come from the users, which, by the way, we all have been those users. How are we going to do that?
So, I mean, I think that it's an interesting question because the way that oil and the transmission of fossil fuels, meaning gas, diesel, that kind of thing is done. It's not just done to the state of Maryland, it's done regionally. The blends are changed seasonally for the region. So there's no way for them to just pull out Maryland. And then the AG's letter even stipulates that. So, and with that said, I mean, there are often opportunities to transition away from one bad thing to hopefully a good thing, historically speaking, tobacco being one of them. I mean, you can still buy tobacco products today. It's not like we're outlawing tobacco products or we're not outlawing the use of fossil fuels.
But
we're
the
just
users
saying
are
that you
paying a
need to
premium.
help clean it up a little bit.
The
That's
users
all.
are paying a premium to use that. We've done that. We've made that a decision on purpose to raise the taxes. My question is, I just don't see it being feasible at this point. I understand your concept, but
Right.
when you need me so desperately and you want to sit down and say, you're going to punish me. I sit back and say, well, who's really going to get punished? Because it isn't going to be me.
So what I would submit to you is
I think
why
he's
should the
making
Maryland
more-
taxpayers pay
Isn't
for it?
that so?
I think he was making more of a statement. I think that was more of a statement. We have a lot of witnesses to go.
I'm sorry.
So I don't see any other, your light's still on.
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah.
You turn your mic off. Okay, thank you. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for your panel. Again, thank you guys. We got Jose Coronado Flores, Valerie Fox, Vincent DeMarco, Ruth Ann Norton, Matthew Fleming. Please go ahead.
Once again, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Jose Coronado Flores from CASA. We're here in support of this bill because we desperately need to invest in our flood management infrastructure. That is the biggest component of this bill that brings us here. I'm going to uplift two stories from communities that have a high density of our membership. One is East Riverdale in Prince George's County, which is on the Anacostia River's floodplain. We have a member, his name is Oscar. In 2021 and in 2022, his apartment community experienced severe flooding that destroyed all the goods in his home, and he had to rebuild not once, but twice. And in addition to that, the mold that developed due to the moisture in his home was not addressed until 2 years afterwards. Low-income people are living with the real consequences of climate change. I also want to talk about Rock Creek Wood Apartments in Rockville. This complex is particularly notorious for flooding. One person died in 2021 and 150 people were displaced in that exact same series of flooding. Low-income families across Maryland have more to lose and less wealth to rebuild. So that's why we cannot wait for weather to become more and more extreme and more people, frankly, to die or be hurt before substantial improvements are made to our infrastructure response and readiness. For these reasons, CASA urges a favorable report.
Growing up, I watched climate change be a Oh, sorry, my name's Valerie Fox. Growing up, I watched climate change be a can that gets kicked down the road. I didn't understand at the time why. Did others not care about our future? Were humans just too short term in their thinking? Turns out what I had been watching was the outcome of probably the most well-funded and successful misinformation and lobbying campaign in human history. Not just denying and downplaying climate change, but suppressing political will to take action. They've been poisoning our planet, our politics, and an entire generation's faith in the social fabric. And they've known what they were doing from the start. At an American Petroleum Institute symposium in 1959, American oil companies are warned about the devastating potential consequences of climate change. What do? Research it, and then bury the truth. Lie, cheat, mislead, divert, stall for time, and they are still doing it. They knew they were lying, they knew the cost, and now as those catastrophic effects unfold all around us, as lives and livelihoods are lost, they want us to pay. We have a dire need for climate adaptation to the crisis that the fossil fuel companies manufactured. The Renew Act has those responsible pay for it. We only deepen the injustice if we ask Marylanders to foot the bill instead. Pioneering legislation like the Renew Act isn't easy. There's risk and doubt and uncertainty. We wanted to be perfect to get things right the first time, but I've seen this game before where fossil fuel interests create just enough doubt to kick down the can down the road one more time. The Renew Act is pragmatic, essential, and fair. We could wait for others to be the trailblazers, but Marylanders are suffering right now. Please support Renew and thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Vinnie DeMarco, President of the Maryland Citizens Health Initiative. We strongly support the Renew Act. You all have made tremendous progress in Maryland in reducing our uninsured rate from 13% to 6%. That has saved over $460 million in uncompensated care, a benefit for all of us. We also have made progress in reducing health disparities with the Health Equity Resource Communities Act of 2021. All these measures need money to continue in place, including the young adult subsidies law you all enacted, which has gotten healthcare to thousands and thousands of Marylanders. These measures would all be assisted by the money that will be used from the Renew Act to reduce health disparities. So for that reason, we strongly urge you to support the Renew Act. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson, committee. Thank you for having me. I'm Ruth Ann Norton, President CEO of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative in support of the Renew Act, HB 1438. As the state has adopted the Climate Solutions Now Act and the Climate Reduction Plan, we need a pragmatic pathway to fund those efforts. In my organization, as we pursue a whole house strategy to push back on the impact of climate change, extreme heat, mold, mildew, and moisture, and those things that undermine housing in our lowest income neighborhoods, we know that we need to do this work at scale. By putting this fee and fund in place, we begin to be able to bring that justice and health equity back to communities that should be there. We know that in doing this work and in supporting efforts at MEA, at DHCD on a whole house approach, what we know from factual data is that we are reducing asthma, we're reducing cardiac impacts, we're reducing neurological impacts that come from not only carbon monoxide, but nitrous oxide from benzene and from all of the mold, mildew, and moisture that is created in housing. We also know that we have been increasing that housing stability, housing value, and the opportunity for intergenerational wealth transfer, and some very fundamental things. Kids are able to get to the classroom healthier and ready to learn because they're not in the emergency room for asthma, and the parents are able to get to work. But let me say one thing about the thoughtfulness of getting ahead of a problem. We failed in the ability to go after lead-based paint manufacturers, and by not thinking about how to put a fee or put some structure in place to do that, we today, decades later, are still dealing with the toxic legacy of lead paint poisoning because we don't have the resources to meet the goals of the state to do that. This gives us an opportunity to think forward together to be able to fund the necessary actions that we need to take here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Wilson and members of the subcommittee. For the record, my name is Matthew Fleming. I'm the Director of Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, here after the Resilience Authority. I'm here today on behalf of County Executive Stuart Pittman, who unfortunately was unable to join, to speak in favor of House Bill 1438. My colleagues, we're all here today because climate disruption is real. It's not an ideological issue any more than gravity is. It's physics, pure and simple. I won't go through, you've heard about some of the anticipated growing threats, so I won't repeat them. The silver lining, and as echoed in the most recent National Climate Assessment, is that there are multiple feasible and effective options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to mitigate current anticipated impacts of climate change, and they're available to us now. Mainstreaming effective and equitable climate action will not only reduce losses and damage for nature and people, but also provide wider economic, environmental, and community benefits. Investing in climate adaptation resilience can be highly cost effective. Making infrastructure more climate resilient can have a benefit cost ratio about 6 to 1, or for every $6 dollar invested, $6 can be saved. This means that investing in climate resilience creates jobs and saves money, underscoring the urgency of scaling up the level of investment in climate mitigation and adaptation across our state. This is why elected officials in Anne Arundel County and the city of Annapolis established the first multi-jurisdictional resilience authority in the nation in 2021. Through this group, we bring together experts in finance, infrastructure, and climate adaptation into a single group that can look beyond municipal boundaries and annual budget constraints to design, fund, and officially deliver projects on behalf of the city and the county. As a result, rather than increase the tax burden on the city and the county residents and businesses, we work to bring outside investments to fund the region's critical infrastructure and community assets from risk of climate change. To be clear, the challenges facing communities in Maryland are significant and imminent. With more than 3,000 miles of coastline here in Maryland, what makes our state such a unique and wonderful place is what makes us uniquely vulnerable. Meeting these challenges requires us to rethink the systems that supply our energy, food, transportation, water, and housing in different ways. It calls it how and where we make investments, requires to act purposefully in the face of change. Success will require substantial policy approaches that have the well-being of current and future generations in mind. It doesn't place that burden squarely on the local taxpayer, and that's why we're supportive of this bill.
Seeing no questions for this panel.
Thank you.
Let's conclude this panel. I believe we've called all the favorables. Anybody that we missed?
Jennifer Laszlo, Ms. Rocky.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I did have. I was.
Jennifer Laszlo, Mizrahi. I'm a Maryland Climate Commissioner, and I'd like to speak in favor of the legislation. Actually, there was so much great testimony. I really want to answer the question from Delegate Arnett. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Aarons.
I'm sorry. When I was a child in Durham, North Carolina, my dad was the cancer doctor. Durham, North Carolina is the headquarters of Liggett and Myers. One person after another who worked at Liggett and Myers came in dying and dead from lung cancer. He worked very hard to make sure that the tobacco industry had to label their products, and also that there was a fund to help people who died because of their lies and deception. This situation is no different. It is no different than the tobacco industry. It is no different than big pharma that pushed opioids so they could put people over profits. I'm here as a representative of philanthropy on the Climate Commission. Philanthropy cares about early childhood education, childhood wellness, poverty. All of those issues are going to get eaten up by the costs of terrible extreme weather. We really need this bill because we need the money to pay for what the harm has done, and so that it is not on the backs of early childhood education, housing, crime prevention, and all those other priorities that people in philanthropy and every single one of you and your constituents care about. Thank you for your time and for all that you do.
Seeing no further questions for this panel, moving on to the next bill. Delegate Martinez. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and colleagues on the ECM committee. For the record, I am Delegate Ashanti Martinez, here to present House Bill 1283, the Insurance Discrimination, Sexual Orientation, and Gender Identity Bill. HB 1283 prohibits any insurer, surety insurers, insurance producers, and health networks from denying, rejecting, or withholding business from an individual based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. In simpler terms, this bill would prohibit discrimination in all areas of insurance for people based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. We know that members of the LGBTQ community have consistently faced the denial of services and assistance in various industries. Some of those challenges include poor medical attention from healthcare providers, increase of insurance coverage costs, and underlying stigma that denies them care. Under this bill, we would ensure that individuals get the necessary care they deserve. This legislation protects the rights of individuals from unfairly being denied insurance and coverage. I ask for a favorable review of 1283.
Good afternoon. My name is Camila Reynolds Dominguez, and I'm from Free State Justice. As a pro bono legal services organization, Free State Justice is in strong support of this bill because we assist many clients as they seek legal assistance after harmful anti-LGBTQ insurance discrimination, and we're thankful for Delegate Martinez's leadership on this issue. Nobody should be discriminated against in insurance or in any context because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This bill plugs one of the holes created by the John Doe v. CRS decision, which I spoke about to this committee yesterday. Contrary to U.S. Supreme Court precedent, the Maryland Supreme Court held that prohibitions on sex-based discrimination do not encompass sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination. And more broadly, the Supreme Court weakened statutory protections afforded to all Marylanders in every protected class under every state anti-discrimination clause. The court said that if a protected category of individual is not specifically enumerated in an anti-discrimination clause, the omitted category does not get the protections of that clause, even if they're protected elsewhere. We surveyed anti-discrimination clauses and found that the enumerations of protected classes are extremely inconsistent in the clause that this bill seeks to remedy, but elsewhere too, not just for sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity, but also disability, religious belief, and race, among others. These inconsistencies mean that there are now holes in the anti-discrimination framework under state law. HB 1283 is an important bill that plugs one hole created by Doe, but Marylanders are without state-level legal protections for many other forms of discrimination too. This bill remedies a gap, a serious gap in our anti-discrimination laws, and so we urge this committee to give it a favorable report. But I want to remind everybody that absent a comprehensive solution, any current or future piecemeal attempts to remedy Doe will perpetuate this patchwork of anti-discrimination language. So in addition to a favorable report on this bill, we also urge this committee to think big about how it responds to Doe v. CRS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Martinez, doesn't seem like this is a huge deal, but I'm just curious, do insurance companies actually ask this level of information or detail? Like, would they ask your sexual orientation or gender identity? I'm just curious.
No, that's a great question. Thank you. You know, I'm not sure what every conversation is happening with people when they're seeking insurance or seeking any type of insurance that there is. This would just prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity.
Okay. And is there any data to suggest that people are being discriminated in this type of insurance? This isn't, to be clear too, we don't deal with medical insurance, right? So that would be something different in HDO, but this would be more like car insurance.
Yeah, so this bill updates the entire insurance article with the language sexual orientation and gender identity to all forms of insurance. And so I was a little confused, I'll be honest, who I got the bill assigned to this committee because I wanted to make sure health insurance was also covered, and there are health networks covered in the bill to make sure that gender identity and sexual orientation are not discriminated against. But as the Free State Justice representative spoke to, we wanted to make sure that we were covering all articles, all sections of the article for insurance.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I guess my questions, I was trying to figure out again, I'm not sure. It sounds like you're just trying to update all, because I know we just passed the speaker's bill, and I do believe that would solve this issue because it's discrimination. I'm sorry. No, no, but
So-
also as a protected class. But go ahead.
Just to clarify, the speaker's bill only adds sexual orientation protections for
Employment.
workplace
Employment, correct.
discrimination.
So I'm
So
sorry, I was thinking something else. And so again, I don't think the issues are, we're just trying to find out if this was actually, I don't want to say a thing, but literally. Is there any data or anything to show that this actually occurs? Because I don't want to villainize the insurance companies for something that's not happening.
No,
And I'm not saying passing this bill will villainize them. I'm saying because we're up here discussing this.
absolutely.
And so I would assume we're not discussing this merely because of happenstance. So are there any examples or any, when it comes to property and casualty insurance, that these insurance companies are either asking the question, digging into your personal information, or somehow changing their rate structure by your sexual orientation?
No, I think that's a great question. So the origin of this bill for me came from a constituent, right? They were doing research on just basic discrimination laws, things that we had on the books here in Maryland. And this was a gap that they presented to me. I've only heard anecdotally, right? I don't have particular data from any commission or organization that we trust about what the numbers are or reports. I know that in the packet of information that you guys have in terms of committee testimony, the Human Rights Commission is favorable in support. So is the Attorney General's office, and making sure that we update these provisions in our insurance article.
Go get Harrison.
Thank you. As an insurance producer, those questions are not asked. As far as the health issues are concerned, the underwriters will do what's called a medical information, this MIB, and medical information, I forget what the last letter stands for, but basically they can see every piece of medication that you take. So if you're on high blood pressure medicine, they will know that, and insurance companies will sometimes deny you because of pre-existing conditions. So to my knowledge, none of this is asked on, I've never had it in any of the policies that I've attempted to write. I'll say attempted to write. It's never come up. So that was just a point of information.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing no further questions on that for this panel, we'll move on to the rest of the favorables.
Thank you.
Linda Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'll be brief. You've heard a lot of testimony today. You know that I am here on behalf of the National Episcopal Church and the local Diocese of Maryland, Episcopal Diocese of Maryland. We strongly support any bill, and specifically this bill, that tries to mitigate and solve the problem of discrimination for any child of God. We believe that every one of us is a child of God, deserving of equal dignity and respect. And it's not for us to distinguish. And I know you all know this, you've heard me say this over and over, but each child of God deserves dignity and respect and the same rights as anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I believe that does conclude this bill hearing as well. Moving on to the next bill. Delegate Ruth, 1242. And you have Nancy Wilkinson. Is she here? Well, just not. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sheila Ruth. I'm here in support of HB 1242. I first want to let you know that there is an amendment in with the testimony, which removes the BEAD program from this bill. So this bill will not, as amended, if the committee accepts that amendment, will not touch the BEAD program at all. I had a conversation with the Office of Statewide Broadband, and that was not the best avenue for this. And so some of you I'm old enough to remember when the Bell system was broken up. Looking around, some of you probably are not. But back in the 1960s and earlier, the Bell system used to use cables, which were copper cables, but they were sheathed in lead. Apparently, some of those cables are still out there. The Wall Street Journal did a report last year, which showed that some of these cables are leaching lead into the soil and the water, in some cases above the level of concern that the EPA has. And so all we want to know is whether these lead cables are in Maryland. And so all this bill does, as amended, is that it requires any telecommunications companies that are regulated by the PSC to report to the PSC whether they have any of these lead sheathed cables in Maryland and where those might be. And it also gives the Maryland Department of the Environment the authority to regulate testing and remediation of these cables as well, because we just want to find out if these cables are in Maryland and if they are a problem. And so I have shared this bill with the PSC. They don't take a position on it, but they are okay with the language. The only concern they had was they thought that the date might not be enough time. I'm perfectly fine if the committee wants to change that. And so I ask for a favorable report for HB 1242, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Delegate. And I was out of the room. Is Nancy Wilkinson here? Okay. All right. Seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we will go to House Bill 1046. Is Chair Clippinger here? He is not. Okay, we will then go to House Bill back to the well. Go ahead. House Bill 1214, number 2. Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. You have a panel? Feeling lonely? All right. Do it yourself.
I will do it myself. Thank you, members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, my name is David Fraser Hidalgo, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, and I am here to present House Bill 1214. 1214 is a pretty simple bill. All it does is extend the tax credit on a grant and incentive program for battery storage. So that program was established a few years ago and it sunsets this year. So it extends it and it turns everything into a may instead of a shall in order to ensure that because of the economic conditions we're in, that the Maryland Energy Administration has the flexibility to employ this or deploy this should they have the funds. And if they don't, then it gives them that flexibility. And that's essentially what the bill does. It just extends the sunset with a lot more flexibility than it had in the past.
Thank you, Delegate. Just 2 years, if I understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And seeing no further witnesses or questions, I hope they all go like that. That concludes that bill hearing. Next, we will go to, don't even move, House Bill 1435.
1435. Yes, sir. Brighter tomorrow. May I bring my panel?
Sure can.
All right. Panel.
Panel, assemble.
There should be more. I don't know where they all are, but I'm not going to wait for them. So there we go. Only in Annapolis. And you know, I did send out the agenda to some of these folks, so they had it. But with that said, again, for the record, David Fraser Hidalgo, Delegate David Fraser Hidalgo, here to present House Bill 1425 to the committee. House Bill 1425 is mostly recommendations that came out of Climate Solutions Now. As you know, Climate Solutions Now had a solar work group. I was on that solar group along with several other delegates and senators, and a whole series of recommendations came out of that work group. Just kind of go through the bigger pieces of it. The task force extends the sunset on LMI communities for solar personal property tax exemptions to 2030. Additional property tax exemptions for real property and abatement of authorization to seek further expand and develop rooftop and parking lot canopies, a bunch of credits for that, incentives for that, because as you know, we have goals to meet, 14.5% solar goals by 2030, and we're behind. So we really need to remove as many impediments as we can so that the industry can reach those goals. So this is a series of those impediments we're just trying to stream out. It also raises the cap for aggregated net metering from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts. And it includes prevailing wage for over 1 megawatt projects. And then the other part that is the part that I know that I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of folks on this committee, and the part that is a little bit of a moving target that we're trying to present and move forward as well, and that is the SREC multiplier. The idea that we need to figure out how to incentivize a variety of industries in solar to reach our goals, and we're just not doing it. We are behind the ball. So we're trying to find creative ways of trying to jumpstart aspects of solar to ensure that we get closer to reaching those goals. We're a little bit behind now. And so the idea came up with how we do that, and that was with an SREC multiplier. I have folks here that are going to talk about that in a little bit more detail and the importance of the bill as it is overall. But I will say that there are amendments coming on this particular piece. The utility industry also would like to be a part of this. So we are in active conversations. And so with that, I would ask for a favorable report and turn it over to other members of my panel. And then, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, we could take questions after that. All right. Just who wants to go? You want to go, Josh?
Evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it is. My name is Joshua Feldmark. I'm here on behalf of CI Renewables, which is a commercial industrial solar development company headquartered and operating in Maryland. Since the RPS rec process is pretty messy and complicated for folks who do not spend every waking moment thinking about it, I thought I might actually just spend a hot minute walking through it. So state government, through previous legislation, has set a renewable portfolio standard, and of that total amount of renewables, a percentage is cut out specifically for solar. From that percentage, renewable energy credits are created. Current system 1 rec equals 1,000 kilowatt hours. Electricity suppliers are required by law to show X% of their generation comes from solar, either by owning or building projects or through buying RECs from independent power providers. When there are not enough RECs to be bought, the suppliers pay into the Alternative Compliance or ACP fund. The price they pay for ACP is also set by law. And in 2022, Maryland was 45% under our RPS solar carve out, which means the money went into ACP and not into the intended place of directly helping generate new megawatts of solar. And it is in this gap between the solar carve out, what the solar carve out dictates, and the reality of what is being built, that this program, the multiplier, lives. This bill creates the incentives over the next few years to help us eliminate the gap between plan and reality, and it does so with 3 very specific goals. 1, no additional ratepayer impact when it comes to new solar megawatts generated. That's very important to us. 2, it creates the right incentives to build the solar where this body and most of Maryland has said we prefer solar. Rooftops, parking lots, brownfield, having larger green space. And finally, it does it in a way that supports Maryland labor, develops long-term careers for Marylanders, and jumpstarts the entire Maryland market. For this reason, we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I just want to say that a brighter tomorrow always starts with laughter. My name is Kristen Harvest, and I'm the political director for Maryland League of Conservation here. We're delighted to be here to support Delegate David Frazier-Hidalgo and the Brighter Tomorrow Act. We are here to urge a favorable report. As you know, in 2019, thanks to the sponsorship and labor of this committee, we passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act, which set the goal for that 14.5% solar carve out, which we are working to address here today. We have, as you've heard, fallen short of this goal, and this bill helps to identify the reasons through a very targeted, specific way, addressing the financial needs of small projects, to especially those, as my co-panelist said, about the projects that are on rooftops, on brownfields, on parking lots, the things that are harder to build and more expensive that specifically address those comments. This bill will help to meet those goals and help to jumpstart the solar industry in a way that will help us achieve those goals and all of our state climate goals, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as advancing the jobs and the good economy that the solar industry can bring. I'll just note that the task force was very considered and had a broad number of stakeholders. And you'll see the evidence of that in this bill by the people who are here testifying, that it represents people who often are not on the same page, but we are here all together. So with that, I urge a favorable report and thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Robin Dutta. I'm the Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We're the regional trade association around Maryland, DC, and Virginia for solar and energy storage companies. A number of our companies are headquartered here in Maryland. Others are regional and national companies that do work here in Maryland. We're here to urge a favorable report on HB 1435, the Brighter Tomorrow Act. And what I just want to highlight, and you have my written testimony, is how this bill will help to incentivize new projects. And I think that additionality and the need to hit that 14.5% solar carve out is incredibly important. The second piece that I'll highlight is how this helps Maryland achieve an all of the above solar strategy. As we're dealing with electrification, as we're dealing with electric vehicle adoption, and the need to have a more equitable clean energy transition, it's important to have solar that's on the built environment, wholesale projects, residential projects, across the board. And as we're coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, inflation, interest rate increases, and supply chain shocks, it's harder for Marylanders to adopt solar. This is as has been said, a creative way to incentivize solar adoption without increasing the compliance costs of the RPS. And so for that reason, we think that this is something that goes in line with what this committee has supported in the past and helps to get more solar in Maryland. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Allie Nafakis. I am here on behalf of SREC Trade and Expansive Company. We manage and transact SRECs and other clean energy commodities. In Maryland alone, we manage over 19,000 solar facilities, and we work with over 30 different residential and smaller commercial solar installation companies. Our dedicated teams work every day with the Public Service Commission to register these projects. We also work closely with GATS, which is the tracking registry that tracks the production and issues the SRECs. As Josh pointed out, the Maryland SREC market is greatly undersupplied. We are not on track for meeting our RPS goals. Creating an SREC multiplier is going to give a greater incentive for residents to adopt solar for their homes and their businesses. These additional SRECs will make it attainable for these residents to do so. A big concern for us at the beginning was making sure that the current SREC market doesn't become oversupplied. We want the prices to remain stable, which is why we have put caps in place to ensure the protection of the current SREC market. Even if those caps are filled, the prices are going to remain steady. We're not going to have an oversupplied market. And this isn't a new concept. We have seen it work in other markets. Michigan in MISO territory has a multiplier for their RECs, and they call them incentive RECs. NEPOL in Massachusetts has an SREC factor, which is the same concept. The Department of Energy Resources, the DOER, passed legislation around this, and NEPOL, which is the tracking registry, implemented it. We believe that this precedent can be used in Maryland, and we can see this benefit us. So right now we're not on track with our goals, and we believe this bill will do so.
Mr. Chair, just a real quick question for the gentleman on the end there, if you don't mind. You said more incentives and no additional rate impact. How can we do that?
So it's actually not inherently more incentives. What we are doing is we are shifting around under the existing SREC program.
Okay, so there's no more money going into this. It's just,
correct.
What are you taking away from?
so we will take money from the recs, but what I'm saying is currently there is, that pot is taken away from the ACP fund, future tense. That's
Okay,
the
thank
answer to
you
your
very
question. Yep.
All right. Delegate Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to follow up on Delegate Aaron's. So when I'm looking at the fiscal note, local effect, local property tax revenues decreased potentially significantly. And it kind of spells that out. So what I'm hearing and what we've been dealing with, certainly in my county, is, and pretty much across the state, we're having to implement all sorts of mandates, blueprint, higher cost, and we are already razor thin in our budgets. So if you're taking away local property tax revenues while you're saying that you're not going to raise rates on ratepayers, if our county is then forced to raise taxes within our county, it's still going to hurt people.
If I could address that, then I understand that, and first of all, it's important to understand that that's the tax credit piece and not the multiplier piece. And most of the stuff, certainly in the first 3 clauses, by and large meet what we would call the but-for test. And it's that it is because of these tax credits that these projects will pencil and therefore get built. Without the tax credits, they won't get built. And so it's theoretically costing, but without these tax credits, that wouldn't be money in the bank anyway. The other piece I would say is that we have heard repeatedly across the state that rooftops over top of parking lots and on brownfields is where Marylanders want solar. And so to create that so that we aren't taking up your county's green space and ag land, we felt collectively, not just the solar industry, but we felt was the appropriate trade-off.
But would it not be true if these projects would not get built or be profitable without being subsidized, then maybe it's a bad, business model?
Sure. So one could make that argument. What I will say is that if what the legislature directed us, the industry, to do is to build as many megawatts of solar as we could, pump it into the system as cheaply as possible, so it's a quote unquote best business model, we could do that. But what we have heard very clearly is that there are sites that you would rather us build on. You want us to build a solar industry that benefits Marylanders and not out-of-state companies coming in to build large projects and disappearing. And so when we do each of these things, it makes it more expensive for us to build. And we're happy to do that. We really are. In fact, we prefer to do it that way because I'll speak only for CI Renewables, we live and work in Maryland, and we want to build the Maryland industry, and we don't want to see giant swatches of green space or ag land being sucked up into solar arrays.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions, Josh, beard's coming in nice, buddy. Halfway to Dumbledore. All right, we will go to Leah Meredith, Jason Weintraub, Tom Valentine, Matt Young. Then we have one virtual favorable. Go ahead and start when ready.
Afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. My name is Tom Valentine. I'm with NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in support of House Bill 1435. Our members and their customers have corporate sustainability and building performance goals that under the right circumstances can be met with solar installations. At the building level, there's a wide range of financial and operational considerations that affect the feasibility of solar projects. And as we've heard today, and as you know, finding the right balance point in solar policy making requires managing a wide set of variables as well. We think this bill does a good job of countering the scheduled decline in the price of solar credits. The multiplier helps to do that. Increasing the size of the system helps with project economics at our level. The tax exemption for equipment and related real estate could help with that as well. So in total, these changes balance the needs of various stakeholders and improve the value proposition, at least at the building level, in ways that have the potential to accelerate the adoption of rooftop solar. And we just ask you to consider those factors as you're deliberating over the bill. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Young. I'm CEO of Revolution Solar. We are a Maryland-based Black-owned business, and most of our experience was with low and moderate income households. We've developed solar on about 1,000 LMI households in the last 7 years, and we support House Bill 1435. We believe that under the SREC multiplier as laid out in the bill, it is possible to promote the health and general Maryland solar market, as well as combine with other incentives to promote and create programs that are no cost or low cost for solar for low and moderate income household in Maryland. Solar installers can utilize these tools to provide homeowners with solar systems capable of producing 100% of their power and would greatly reduce their annual cost of electric. LMI solar growth has been limited without this, will be limited without an SREC multiplier. But with that, this multiplier in this bill and third-party ownership and other incentive programs, we believe that we can kind of mirror what DC is doing. We do most of our work in DC for low income, and we're able to create this free and net zero homes in Maryland or in DC, and we would like to duplicate that in Maryland. And I believe this bill will allow us to improve that and expand it into Maryland. In 2022, we had made an attempt to develop solar in Maryland, and we found that we were faced with issues in offering solar for low cost to low and moderate income, and we found little success with other income level households. So we would ask that you vote for this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Leah Meredith. I'm the Mid-Atlantic Senior Manager at the Solar Energy Industries Association, or SEIA. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 1435. Funded in 1974, SEIA is the National Trade Association for the Solar and Storage Industries. We have more than 1,200 member companies nationwide. That includes solar manufacturers, service providers, developers, residential, community, and utility scale solar developers, installers, construction firms, and investment firms. I'm gonna keep my testimony fairly brief and just say me too to the folks who have spoken in support ahead of me, but simply add that SEIA has been working in very close collaboration with Maryland's other solar industry partners on ways to improve this bill and to support all market segments, including a rooftop market that's been underperforming, utility scale projects that are at risk due to unforeseen and devastating effects of trade and supply chain hurdles, higher interest rates, et cetera. And also for projects that are sited on brownfields or carports, which are great places to site solar, but are more costly to build. So we respectfully request your support in this bill. Thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of Solar Landscape. Solar Landscape is one of the nation's leading rooftop community solar developers in the U.S. With over 40 million square feet of leased rooftops and 55 projects on their way here in Maryland. We build exclusively on warehouses and industrial properties. With the incentives in this bill, we will simply deploy more solar projects immediately starting this summer. I would say me too, thank the sponsor for his efforts here and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Buchanan, go ahead. You can brief. I think you're the final of the favorables.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Buchanan. I'm a policy manager for Lightstar Renewables, which is a community solar developer based out of Boston with a portfolio of about 47 megawatts of agrivoltaics in Maryland. I'm here today in support of House Bill 1435 in general because it makes helpful revisions to solar policy in Maryland. However, I'll be commenting specifically on the provision to extend the property tax exemption for preferred siting community solar, including agrivoltaics, to 2030, which we view as quite essential. So to our knowledge, no projects have been able to benefit from the agrivoltaics exemption to date, and that's because the current deadline for getting applications to assessors for the exemption is December of 2024. So unfortunately, developers are not able to meet that 2024 deadline because the timeline for the exemption does not align with the opening of the permanent community solar program, which is set to open on January 1st, 2025. To be frank, we are still looking into the viability of most of our projects and awaiting CPCN and/or local site approval processes, which for a single 2.5 megawatt project in Maryland can take up to 28 months. Comparatively, similar processes in New York and New Jersey range about 18 months on average. So we are very supportive of this provision and extending the incentive for preferred siting, which would enable developers to choose agrivoltaics and to move forward with these preferred siting projects, which we see as a key opportunity in Maryland, especially in rural communities. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Delegate Aaron's.
Thank you. You know, I get that we have to subsidize energy. I get that. But I guess my problem comes with solar is every installation you have, you've had subsidies that we've subsidized it. Am I correct?
It really depends on the project from state to state, sir.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I was actually talking to the guy at the end here.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't
It's
mean to. I
okay. It's
apologize.
okay, Ms. Buchanan. It's a little confusing. Just go ahead and
That's my
unmute for a
fault.
second. No, you're good, Steve. We know. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For at least for all the Maryland installs we've done, they have been subsidized, yes.
Okay. And I understand some of that, but you know what? We've been subsidizing this and I'm a real estater by trade. That's what I do. But I sell homes with this on it. And I always get questions, you know, we've been selling this as a product that as soon as I get it, I don't pay electric anymore. I'm golden. And apparently that's not the case because we're still subsidized. And I just question because all the other energies that we do subsidize, they're not coming back to us every year. And we're seeing this thing. We've seen the market. We've seen the employment level of solar, what we told was going to be the greatest thing in the world. It's flattened out over the last 5-6 years, and we can blame COVID for that. I get it. But I'm wondering where the model fits if we continually have to come back to the legislature to say, geez, I need more help with a product that isn't doing what we said it could do because it clearly is failing in that area. But we want to move forward with it. How do we do that? And when does the technology come up far to where we don't have to keep coming back and talking about how we're going to help you out?
I mean, the technology improves every year. So, I mean, this is the first, I'd say since 2021, this is the first time that I've seen all 2-story homes. If you can put solar on most of the roof, you can be a net zero home. So that is a pretty recent thing. And I don't think we've had any new legislation since then. So
we have 2 bills right now, counting this one to do it. Okay, Jason, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, Delegate, I think the only thing I would say is that, you know, we're seeing the SREC prices continuing to decline, right? But for doing something to address that, projects will no longer be economic to pencil. And if the legislature desires to have additional solar on preferred sites, like already built warehouse roofs, then we would probably need to do something to address that. That's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Here comes a rant on subsidies for oils. Delegate David Fraser Hidalgo.
It's only my second year on this committee and you know me so well. To the panel in general, do any of you, this is kind of a yes or no, did you know that we subsidize the oil industry to the tune of $100 billion every year? Did you know that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do they come back every year and ask for more subsidies, or are those subsidies just granted to them every single year? Like in perpetuity with no requests, they just get them every single year? Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the committee was aware of the hundreds of billions of dollars that we give the fossil fuel industry every single year. Thank you.
Okay.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, because it was my understanding that I followed some of the task force work, and I think I was here when we passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act, and we worked with the industry and we had projections and they made a lot of sense. And I think they did make sense and everything was sort of on track until we've actually hit major inflation. We hit COVID, supply chains were disrupted. And so it's my understanding that part of the reason for this adjustment that we're looking at now is not just more money's needed kind of generally, but the projections we made under one economy is very different under the economy that we're on. And so we're really trying to get back on track to the economy and the projections that we were on. Is that also your understanding about what's happened in the market?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was mentioned, I think, in this panel, maybe the previous one. So is it your testimony and your belief that if we put solar on farmland and open space, that would not need a subsidy? But if we put it on rooftops and warehouses and carports and things of that nature, that needs a subsidy. So is that what I'm hearing from you?
So from my client, Solar Landscape has hired the Brattle Group to perform a study and to show the economics of siting solar where it's used in dense urban areas closer to where folks are consuming electricity. There are ratepayer savings for doing that compared to pumping it out 3 hours away from urban centers and using all the transmission lines. It's actually cheaper to put it where people are.
So that's a study that's being done now?
Yeah, happy to share it with you.
Okay, but it's not done?
Yeah, I have it. I'm happy to share it with you.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
All right, we can stop auditioning for judiciary as the chair is now here. That concludes this panel. We now will go to favorable with amendments. Justin Fiore, Evan Vaughn, Michael Volpe, Morris Cyphers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Morris Cyphers. I'm going to start and be brief because I've got a bill up in another committee, so I'm going to run. I was originally signed up as opposed here today because we have been talking for months and months about figuring out a solar market incentive structure that works for all kinds of solar, rooftop, community, and utility scale. I'm with the American Clean Power Association, and we represent among battery storage, offshore wind, land-based wind, green hydrogen, and transmission, also utility scale solar developers. As you've heard kind of ad nauseum, the past few days, solar deployment in Maryland is slow, and that is in part because of inflation and PJM queue backlogs. And this bill, I think, with compromises that we've been working with the Senate sponsor and the House sponsor on, will be the shot in the arm the industry needs. So thank you for hearing my testimony today, and I will rely on my panelists to answer any questions because I have to run. Sorry for being rude. Thanks.
Sure, I can go next. Yep. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Evan Vaughn. I'm Executive Director of Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. We represent utility scale wind, solar, and storage here in Maryland. I'm based in Silver Spring. It's very nice to see you. I want to echo what my colleague Maura said. We would be supportive of this legislation with an amendment that takes an all solar approach, including utility scale projects in that multiplier concept. We believe we do have a compromise with the other segments of the solar trades to reallocate the pie, not grow the pie for those multipliers. Previously, we advocated for a freeze of the alternative compliance payment structure. And the reason we initially advocated for that is to the point of a few of the committee members. Solar is in high demand, but the alternative compliance payments prevent solar from being valued at the way that it should be according to the market. And so as a bridge to a broader RPS reform, we think that this small temporary bridge of a multiplier for utility scale as well as the other segments will prevent near-term projects here in Maryland, 4 to 6 projects under consideration, from failing. And if those projects fail because they don't pencil due to the economic factors that you all have heard from other testimony, those projects are irreplaceable. The PJM queue being what it is, if those projects fail and lose their interconnection agreements, you're looking at 7 to 10 years
best case scenario before new megawatts equivalent to those lost projects would be able to come online in Maryland, just simply due to the nature of the queue. So I look at this policy as really adding utility scale to this multiplier policy as an insurance for the state that you'll get these near-term megawatts that will help the state meet its not just clean energy goals, but also meet the increasingly dramatic growing electricity demand from data centers and other industries here in the state. So thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to working with Delegate Frederick Hidalgo on potential amendments.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Mike Volpe. I'm a Senior Vice President and co-founder of Open Road Renewables. I personally have been developing solar projects in Maryland for over a decade, and I want to start by saying thank you to the members of the committee for your commitment to the clean energy economy and to decarbonizing the grid. This is extremely important. I also want to say that it's a bit of an unfortunate set of circumstances, as Delegate Charkoudian mentioned, that when the Clean Energy Jobs Act passed, there was an assumption that solar would continue down the precipitous decline curve that was forecasted. My testimony today is going to hit on two main points. One, the utility scale solar economics and the headwinds that we're facing. And two, a topic called resource adequacy that's relevant to having enough electrons on the grid at the right time. Utility scale projects currently face economic challenges because they face delays as a result of PJM queue reform, COVID, and other factors. And when you looked at the forecast on the build cost and the economics of them, the thought was over time the cost would continue to come down. And that's why the alternative compliance payment price ceiling walks down over time. Unfortunately, as a result of the delays, we have this phenomenon of high build cost, high interest rates, and a declining ACP curve. And we have projects with signed interconnection services agreements with their permits, their CPCN permit, that are sitting in purgatory, that if they don't go to construction start this year, they will not meet the milestones in their PJM interconnection services agreement. They will be in breach of that contract and they will be booted from the queue. The relevance of that ties to a report that PJM put out a year ago on resource adequacy. PJM said we're not bringing enough electrons onto the grid, and if we don't meet those goals, we will have to keep the old dirty coal plants online. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Sorry? Oh. Seeing none. We have a virtual. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Brett Sproul. I'm an advisor for the Maryland Public Service Commission, and I'm here today to provide informational comments on House Bill 1435. Today, I will focus on two main concerns with this bill. Number one, the impact of establishing a renewable energy credit or SREC multiplier for the specific solar projects. And number two, the impact of altering the construct of the aggregate net metering systems. My first and main concern of this bill is on the proposed creation of an SREC multiplier. Traditionally, the SRECs that a solar system receives are equivalent to the generation that is produced, whereas a 1 megawatt hour solar system will receive 1 SREC. However, the proposed SREC multiplier in this bill would allow certain solar projects to receive 1.5 or 2 times the amount of SRECs towards meeting Maryland's renewable portfolio standard. This leads to some compliance concerns for the commission because it could effectively auto-inflate the amount of SRECs that solar projects receive. In other words, a solar project that traditionally receives 1 SREC based on 1 megawatt hour of generation will now receive 1.5 or 2 SRECs for that same amount of generation, which could create a discrepancy between the actual amount of renewable generation that is being produced in the state and the amount that is accounted for through the SRECs. Furthermore, we have had conversations with PJM regarding the GATS system that administers these SRECs, and they have verified that PJM will be unable to supply the extra SRECs needed for the multiplier, which creates even more complications. My second concern relates to the proposed increase in the size of aggregate net metering facilities from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts. and allowing these facilities to receive excess generation from more than one system. This change could allow more larger commercial facilities to participate in net metering, which could limit residential and small business customers. Once again, these are our informational comments, and we are happy to continue to work with sponsors and staff on this bill moving forward, as I know there are plenty of amendments out there. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes this bill hearing. We will now move on to Delegate Clippinger, House Bill 1046. Mr. Chairman, welcome.
Madam Chair, can I bring up my panel, please?
Yes, of course.
Dear friends of the Economic Matters Committee and Delegate Fisher. So nice to see all of you today, mostly. And we have a special relationship, as many of you have understood over the years. Thank you for hearing House Bill 1046 that has to do with the CPCN and community solar. As you all know, I sponsored legislation last year making Maryland's community solar program permanent, and I'd like to thank the committee for your work on that bill and helping that bill to become law. I'm very excited to see the potential for growth in community solar, and this bill, I believe, is part 2 to the work that we did in 2023. While we included additional incentives in last year's bill to build community solar on rooftops, brownfields, industrial zones, and parking lots, the truth is that community solar will also need to be constructed on the ground. And due to some local government actions and relating to the current CPCN process for community solar projects in the 2 to 5 megawatt range, these projects are becoming difficult to site in Maryland. Unfortunately, without this bill, the success of last year's bill may fall short of its potential, undermining our clean renewable energy objectives. As you all know, under current law, 2 to 5 megawatt community solar projects have to go through a CPCN process that was initially designed for large scale power plants, which might have been constructed very infrequently compared with the expected higher volume of smaller, low-impact community solar projects in Maryland. So rather than focusing on standard siting and design requirements, the current CPCN statute requires this PSC to review each application on a case-by-case basis after due consideration of a number of different factors, and I won't go into the factors that are there. I would say, though, that community solar projects are in fact remarkably similar to each other and carry less impact potential relative to other utility infrastructure. So the hope is, if the PSC were to codify standard design requirements and licensing conditions for community solar, it would guide development towards wanting to meet those standards. And if you could have those uniform standards in all 24 counties, it would enable those projects to move a little more quickly and allow some regularity in the process. So the bill that is before you addresses the problem and creates that stability for just 2 to 5 megawatt community solar projects by establishing a specialized CPCN process for such projects, a distributed generation CPCN. It would first require the power plant research program to gather input from local governments, agricultural interests, land preservation organizations, environmental advocates, and developers over the course of a year on standard siting and design requirements for such projects. By July 1st of 2025, the PPRP would develop proposed standard siting and design requirements for 2 to 5 megawatt community solar projects that consider setback and landscape screen requirements, environmental preservation, including forest conservation, stormwater management and erosion and sediment control, impacts on historic sites, and look at industry best practices, Then by July 1st of 2026, the PSC would then adopt regulations to implement standard siting and design requirements with additional public input and to establish the associated application process for a DG CPCN. Then developers would be able to apply for that new permit. So with that, I'm going to stop a little short because I'm aware that you don't want me to go on and on like we do in judiciary. And I'll pass it over to my panel and be happy to take any questions.
Great. Madam Chair and members of the committee, Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy. On behalf of CCSA, I want to thank Chair Clippinger for being a leader on this issue and the committee for passing the legislation last year. As he said, this is really a part two to that. And I would argue is a very narrowly focused bill. What we're talking about is we're talking about standardizing some aspects of the CPCN process for those projects between 2 and 5 megawatts that are community solar. And I almost brought, I know this committee likes some of the props that I brought in the past. I actually bought the cookie cutters, but I didn't bring them. But visualize like 3 circle cookie cutters, different sizes, a 3 megawatt, a 4 megawatt, a 5 megawatt, very similar. They're circles. The CPCN process was designed for nuclear power, coal, natural gas, large scale wind, large scale solar, later years. Those are very different. Picture various shapes of cookie cutters. My point is there's a lot more standardization when you're talking about smaller projects. And what this bill does is it says, hey, with respect to something like setbacks or landscape buffers, can we come up with a standard for these smaller type of projects? And if a project fits in that criteria, then let's advance that project. Now, with amendments, we've addressed some of the Public Service Commission's information. We've also, I think, hit squarely on the head the concern that MACO raised, and we're in communication with some other organizations as well that have raised some issues. It actually gives the PSC with the amendments, the sponsor amendments, the discretion to go down that lane. Hey, you meet the standards, we're going to grant it. Or, you know what, we've heard from public input, we're going to put the brakes. You're not going to get that kind of more expedited route. We're going to dig in a little deeper for a particular project. That is going to be in the language with the sponsor amendments. And with that, would urge a favorable committee report and thank the committee. And I'd like to turn it over to Leslie Elder with Summit Ridge Energy.
Thank you to the chair and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'd like to thank you for the submit a favorable report for House Bill 1046. My name is Leslie Elder, and I am the Vice President of Policy and Regulatory Affairs for Summit Ridge Energy. I'm also the chair for the Coalition for Community Solar Access right here in Maryland. CCSA is a trade association representing 120 members of solar companies and nonprofits that are leaders across the country. And we have 30 active companies here in Maryland. We are super grateful for the work that you guys have done in this committee and for Delegate Clippinger's leadership to pass House Bill 908 last year and make the community solar program permanent. And as such, this brings me here today to talk about the barriers that we are experiencing. The most immediate challenge to achieve the goals set out in HB 908 our part that we need to contribute to the renewable goals that you guys have set forward is relieving barriers and bottlenecks in permitting. House Bill 1046 would narrowly address the challenges for projects in that 2 to 5 megawatt size. CCSA has surveyed our members, and we have found that 130 projects, actually a little bit over 130 projects, will be seeking CPCNs over the next few years. This is a significant increase from the 63 applications that have been reviewed by PPRP and the Commission over the last 13 years. This dramatic increase in volume will inevitably place significant burdens on the agencies of jurisdiction and ultimately resulting in delays and significant costs. It is CCSA's goal to ensure that we are effectively deploying cost-effective and efficient renewable assets that maximize benefits and savings to our customers. HB 1046 creates a right-sized permitting process for community solar projects so we can deliver on that goal. I request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is David Bugelmans. I'm a lawyer at the law firm Gordon Feinblatt here on behalf of CCSA. Gordon Feinblatt, I serve as regulatory counsel for CCSA in front of the Public Service Commission and also work with many individual solar developers. At this point, I'm proud to say I've handled the CPCNs for more than 50 solar projects across all regions of the state for projects just larger than 2 megawatts, all the way up to more than 200 megawatts. I can tell you based on my experience that PPRP and the commission conduct a very detailed review of applications under the current process. This is very difficult and time-consuming work, and this bill in no way is a criticism of either agency. But the fact is, the CPCN process that exists now has major downsides for all stakeholders, especially when considering a large volume of smaller projects. Under current law, the Public Service Commission must review CPCN applications under lists of 10 or so open-ended factors. These are terms such as aesthetics, economics, environmental impacts. Because of these open-ended review factors, there are no specifics regarding siting standards and design standards for solar projects subject to CPCN review. Instead, each application is handled case by case through a contested evidentiary process. And that's similar to what you would see in court with a trial, a judge, lawyers, cross-examination, briefs. That takes a long time. 8 to 12 months is common, and it's a significant expense for all participants. And if you're a county seeking to participate, you have to hire a lawyer to intervene and litigate the case. You've heard already a bit about the expected surge in applications, and I can tell you, based off the volume we're seeing, there's no way the current process can handle that volume. Well, and by noting we've reviewed PPRP and DNR's informational testimony, we believe that the sponsor amendments to this bill address most of those concerns. We'd be happy to answer any questions about that testimony as well. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jake Springer. I'm the Policy Director at Nexamp. We're a leading clean energy company that's invested in Maryland, specifically in the Community Solar Pilot Program, since the pilot program was established back in 2017. Solar siting and permitting is a contentious topic. We all recognize that, but as this committee knows, making progress on it is critical to addressing the state's clean energy goals. I know Chair Wilson and others are focused on this effort in particular. House Bill 1046 takes on one part of this effort, the existing CPCN process for projects from 2 to 5 megawatts. Importantly, the bill focuses stakeholder efforts on improving an existing process and leveraging existing experience within Maryland. The goal, to identify best practices and standards for solar siting and to streamline the process for projects meeting those standards. As you've heard, the current CPCN process focuses on litigating these issues for each individual project. It can be cumbersome and unnecessary for many small-scale projects. There's still going to be disagreement and it will take effort, but this approach would make an upfront investment in this dialogue by front-loading these discussions rather than relitigating the same issues repeatedly on each project. This improved and more efficient process will benefit all stakeholders. It will provide greater clarity for developers on siting considerations for projects at the beginning of the process. It will remove the need for costly and time-consuming interventions for all stakeholders, including local governments, and more efficiently manage valuable state resources. Importantly, however, the revised process still provides for local government and public input on each project, and the PSC would retain discretion to issue final determination on each project. But perhaps most importantly, getting the standards right here will drive development toward projects that reflect best practices, creating projects that communities can support while deploying clean energy more quickly to meet the state's goals. I'd urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ernesto Villaseñor Jr. I'm the Policy Manager with Chesapeake Climate Action Network. On behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, we offer our favorable support for HB 1046, also known as the Distributed Generation Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. This bill addresses a critical issue in Maryland's renewable energy landscape concerning the alignment of the permitting process with the unique needs of community solar projects. Currently, the CPCN process presents significant challenges for community solar. These projects are burdened by a disproportionate amount of time and costs associated with adjudicated process, hindering their timely deployment and undermining the state's renewable energy goals. HB 1046 aims to address these challenges by taking a step towards simplifying the permitting process as it is designed specifically for community solar projects. To qualify for DG CPCN, projects must adhere to standardized siting and design requirements established by the state, informed by stakeholder input and best practices. This ensures optimal project siting and design while expediting the permitting process for developers. As a result, public agencies involved in CPCN reviews will benefit from more efficient processes. To overcome current obstacles in the CPCN process and provide clear guidance, HB 1046 will require the PSC to implement standardized design and licensing conditions which will further streamline the approval process. This approach will remove the need for case-by-case determination like those currently required in landscape screening and setback proposals. In summary, HB 1046 represents a vital step forward in advancing Maryland's renewable energy objectives. The implementation of DG-CPCN not only streamlines the solar permitting process, but it also fosters social equity, advances renewable energy goals, and promotes environmental stewardship. We urge the committee to find this legislation favorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I've got a question for you. In the committee early in session, we had Paul Pinsky, the Director of Maryland Energy Administration, talk about solar, and for us to achieve our goals, we're going to need 30,000 acres or more of solar in the state of Maryland. So let me just ask the question this way. I'm the chairman of the Eastern Shore delegation. Our members from Cecil County down to Somerset County with flat land that's been clear cut for agriculture, and is almost surely low hanging fruit for any of these sort of solar projects. Are you concerned that a bill like this is going to impact, number one, agriculture interests, which we have in the state, and then two, because we are, in my opinion, bypassing an important public comment component, which the CPCN is, that we'll have citizens that feel like their voices aren't being heard when we start seeing a proliferation of solar projects likely to be located on the shore.
So as you know, when we first passed the pilot program and when we passed the bill last year, one of the biggest issues, especially when we passed the pilot the first time, was the concern of people on the Eastern Shore and Western Maryland and Southern Maryland to make sure that these projects were not located in any one territory, that they were effectively spread out across the state, and that they met the demand for community solar that existed in those service territories. So there's nothing in this legislation that would allow the electricity that was generated from, let's say, a community solar facility on the shore, for that electricity to be effectively used in Baltimore City or in one of the other service territories. The electricity under community solar that's generated stays in that service territory, and it doesn't go somewhere else. And so to that end, while I do believe that there is, and I think there is a need to build more solar facilities, it's not going to be because we're going to put solar panels all over the Eastern Shore and send that electricity to Baltimore or Washington area. Going to have to find places to create those facilities in the Baltimore and Washington area within those service territories, and that's what makes this bill important. And that to provide some certainty to the process, to say this is what we're looking at here. These are the standards we're expecting when you build a community solar facility in this area. These are the standards. This is what people can expect. And when you do that, I think that the questions and the public input, I think if they know that you're dealing with a standardized structure, I think it obviates some of those concerns.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just in addressing one of the questions that was asked by Delegate Adams, the bill is introduced. There were a lot of bills. I think the chair got his bill language, like many of you, like hours before it had to be dropped in the hopper, and there needed to be some changes to the bill. So as it was introduced, you're right, and the concerns that have been expressed by other stakeholders are correct concerns with the bill as introduced about the public input. We've provided amendments to Chair Clippinger that are being drafted, and I provided those amendments to MACO that puts that back in. So in other words, there will be a path for certain standardization with setbacks and landscape design, certain things, but there's still going to be a public input process. And that is part of the amendments. I mean, I can share with you where they are, where they will go in the bill, but that process will still occur. So the public will still be able to participate. There will still be a public hearing, and the Public Service Commission can say, you know what, you may have met the standards that we're talking about that would be developed over a 2-year process with all stakeholder participation. Project developer, you may have met the standards, but for this reason and the input that we got from the public and the community, we're not going to grant it. We're going to actually require a few more things. And so the Public Service Commission will have that discretion still, which I think is the thrust of what the MACO and some other folks have expressed as a concern. That is addressed by the amendments.
So I listened closely to the chairman's answer to the question, which I appreciate. And Rob, I guess I'll ask you the follow-up since you talk about amendments. There's legislative intent. And when I read the bill in its title, the legislative intent appears to be taking away from or limiting what the CPCN process is to streamline and fast track, solar projects. So when I hear what you're saying, Rob, about their amendments, I'm going to assume for a minute that there's still going to be this component where that the PSC through the CPCN shall approve these projects. Has that changed in these amendments?
Yes, the shall on page 6,
all right,
line 34.
Should I wait and hear? Wait a minute. Should I just wait and hear from the other parties before I keep asking questions? Because if we're addressing it, I mean, a remaining question may be, okay, since we seem to be resolving some of these things, the CPCN let me make a comment and I'm gonna stop, Madam Chair. The CPCN process is the Eastern Shore citizens and the county's defense, for which it's not a hearing, and it's not a process unless the process can end in a no, you won't. And that's my only concern. So I'll stop and I'll listen to the balance of the testimony, and just because it sounds like to me I'm in a bill file that maybe you could work this out. All right.
Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just sort of a tag along to my good friend from the Eastern Shore, 5 megawatt facilities, approximately 30 acres. I feel like it might be disproportionately those type of generating facilities would be put in the rural counties, would be put on the Eastern Shore. I mean, can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, is Chair Clippinger
Simply don't
sure
see 30 acres in Baltimore County.
Yeah, as Chair Clippinger mentioned, the law today, and has been from the inception of the community solar program, requires that subscribers and where the project is be in that service territory. So for example, it has to be in Montgomery or Prince George's County, PEPCO, for a PEPCO ratepayer to be a subscriber. It has to be in the BG&E territory, similarly, which would include Anne Arundel and Baltimore County.
Which is huge.
Right. Yeah, it would have Delmarva for Delmarva ratepayers and First Energy Potomac Edison in Western Maryland. So that's been a mainstay throughout. This isn't changing that. What this bill basically is saying, I don't want folks to think it's doing more than it says it's going to be doing. And we've made some changes. And again, MACO only's had it for a day. And I talked to Mr. Sanderson about it, and they're looking at it. We think we've addressed those concerns with these amendments, and we're happy to have further discussions. But really what we're talking about is creating a set of standards for smaller projects. These are, yes, 5 megawatt is the limit, not 100 megawatt, 300, 400, which some are on the Eastern Shore and elsewhere throughout the state as well, which take up a lot more acreage. These are smaller projects, and there's a greater likelihood of some standardization that can occur. And that's what we're calling the efficiency. Is there are going to be a lot more community solar coming forward because of the bill last year. This is saying, let's create some standardization, but let's maintain the discretion with the Public Service Commission and continue to allow for public input. That's not clearly stated with the bill as drafted, unfortunately, but that is what it will state with the amendments that we provided to Chair Clippinger that they may not be part of the packet. We spoke to the amendment drafter today. They're going to be in the next day if they're not already. So those should be addressed.
Okay, I was just a little concerned based on the service territories, which are large. Technically, I mean, you say,
and that's not being changed.
Yeah, well, you got to live in Montgomery County if you're going to, have it cited, but if it's based on a BG&E service territory, I mean, those BG&E service territories go over the 24 jurisdictions. So technically, it could be located.
Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, I think Hartford.
I don't think it's statewide.
Yeah, BG&E is just, what is it?
Yeah.
Part of Carroll,
Yeah.
part of Howard, part of Anne Arundel, all of it, maybe all of Anne Arundel or part of Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Hartford, I think Carroll might even be a little bit in First Center, Baltimore. So that's the BG&E. So, there's a limitation, and if it's in BG&E, then you can only get it from, if you want to be a subscriber for community solar, it has to be in the BG&E territory. And that means to get at those customers, you need to build it in the BG&E
Well,
territory.
and that's kind of what I'm getting at is that and we can talk offline. I don't want to belabor the.
This doesn't change any of that, though. That's unchanged by this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Now-
Chair. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank
Uh,
you.
Now calling
here to
Robin
remember.
Dutta, Amy Mordock. I'm sorry, Robin Dutta. Just Robin Dutta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Robin Dutta, the Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. In order to not be repetitive, I'll just be very brief. The CPCN process was originally conceived to handle very large energy infrastructure, large power plants, transmission lines, et cetera. Community solar systems, especially in that 2 to 5 megawatt range, are much smaller than what that process was originally meant to be. And so, HB 1046, which when we ask for a favorable report, is really just trying to right size the process, improve the predictability, and allow for also a lower cost process. When we talk about helping to make sure that community solar and solar in general be more affordable and that we bring our costs down, regulatory costs, in a very highly regulated energy sector is one way that we can do that. And, HB 1046, by adding predictability and not reducing the rigor of the process, can provide that. So for those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Any questions for Mr. Dutta? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go to the opposition, Amy Mordock and Michael Sanderson. You may begin.
Madam Chair, committee members, Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. We submitted some written statements on the original bill based on the panel you just heard. Gathered there's amendments in the works and so forth. We've had a limited opportunity to see them. In the event that the amendments change MACO's position, we're in the midst of gathering input from our local practitioners. We'll get that back to you expeditiously. But I'll take a moment then to sort of speak bigger picture and framework rather than sort of chapter and verse in the original bill about the concerns that we bring to you with this bill. And I think they build on questions the committee has already had. For practical purposes, if you replace a local process with community input and approval and place this fully within the state, we better make sure that the state is really going to be able to handle that duty. The things that are in the bill that the state is asked to build this whole structure and the check the box structure and so forth. These are things that I think you care about, and I know that our residents care about. Environmental preservation and connecting to infrastructure, stormwater management, erosion control, historic sites, public safeties, electrical property, and so forth. These are all the considerations that would be in the guidelines from the PSC up in Baltimore, rather than being considered on site locally with community input. So that's our principal concern. It seems to me that if you're going to take care of all those things through this state process, you may need more than the $1 million fiscal note this bill already has for the PSC to do its job as envisioned. The next is, if the amendments to the bill are going to create some kick out for a project that doesn't fit you heard about the cookie cutter. If it's not a cookie cutter, it goes to local, goes through some extra process. Who makes that call? I think is an important matter. Does the traffic engineer who's worried about glare on a road at home that the PSC can't see, do they get to help make that call? Or is it just up in Baltimore? Those are the things we'll be looking at in the amendments. Opposed to the bill as introduced, we'll contact you if that changes.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am Amy Mordock. I'm the planning director for Queen Anne's County, and I really appreciate this time to speak. I really want to bring you a positive local perspective to outline some of the proactive steps that Queen Anne's County specifically has taken to support the renewable portfolio standards and to implement approvals. And I know that Queen Anne's County isn't alone, but I do want to showcase the fact that Queen Anne's County has already approved 98 megawatts of solar projects. You have a list of those projects that I submitted. Many of them are between 2, 6, 10, and 80 megawatts. Those projects are operating. They have received building permits and they total about 652 acres. We have an equal number in the pipeline for approvals under our local processes. With those projects approved, Queen Anne's County will be carrying about 8% of the 2030 goals to meet the portfolio standards. So we do take the land use seriously. We have dedicated more than 30,000 acres through our specified overlay zone to support this use. Of concern to me is that the permits are local. I don't see in this legislation that the Public Service Commission has the authority to issue those building permits. So with all of the review processes that will be decided upon and approvals granted by the CPCN, local governments have the bandwidth to process these applications and issue local building permits that contemplate all of the state requirements, whether it's stormwater management, floodplain, critical area, and sediment control, and working with state highway on entrance issues. So it is for those reasons that Queen Anne's County aligns with MACO to oppose the bill because of the myriad questions we have on actual issuance of local permits.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So, Michael, I'm hearing the panel testimony, and there's no point in belaboring a bill that's been changed if that's what's actually happened. But let me just take your framework conversation and maybe get your comment for the purpose of just informing myself so I understand, your position. But the bill's legislative intent appears to be weakening the CPCN process. MACO would oppose that, I assume.
Right. So we oppose the bill as introduced basically on those grounds. We think that community level input is important. The interplay with what's right around the facility, the safety and security right around it. That's something that honestly, I don't think any sized PSC can really handle. These are local considerations and ought to stay that way. To the extent the bill with amendments turns into some process where we not just get considered, but get heard or can pull the lever and say this project needs to go through a local process. I think it might be a different point of view, but we have the same apprehension I think you're raising.
All right. So my last question, which is somewhat related, is that in the CPCN process, I will assume if we maintain the rigor and the responsibility of that process to say yes or no, that there's going to come a time when we on the Eastern Shore are going to say, if you keep knocking out the farmland, we're not going to have the poultry industry. We're not going to have agriculture, which are economic drivers for the state, but they are the difference between us existing in a economic way on the Eastern Shore, and that is part of the economic component of a CPCN process. And it may not happen today, it might not happen 5 years from now, but if we weaken the CPCN process, who's going to make that argument?
Right.
And will it actually ring true with the Public Service Commission when they feel like they need to say no, but because we passed a bill like this, they can't?
And there's, as I think this committee knows, there's no carrot of that sort in either this bill or another sort of similar bill you heard a week or so ago in this committee. There is no, you get to this point and then you can have a different set of rules. That doesn't work.
That's right. All right. Thank you.
It's one of the fears of the county is that we as the state could then come over there and push or kind of force Queen Anne's to do more than their quote unquote fair share. And we will lose more of our property. Is that one of your concerns?
It is. In addition, just a technical concern that I have is that the approval that might come with the CPCN process and those standards that might be generated through this legislative process. Without that regulatory authority on the part of the Public Service Commission and the PPRP staff, ultimately, that project will have to go through a local permitting process. The language that I see, and I have not seen the amendments, doesn't contemplate local input. In the language that I read, even the public comments that were to be considered don't include county comments. And I also note that municipalities aren't included in this legislation. So the technical details beyond the whole preemption and citing concerns are also just very technical in nature, because we can't issue permits that aren't covered in our local zoning codes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That concludes this panel. We have one info. Brett, go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and committee members. My name is Brett Sproul again. I'm an advisor for the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm here today to provide informational testimony on the unamended version of House Bill 1046 related to distributed generation CPCNs. I know there are amendments out there that may address some topics. However, I will still focus on two concerns with this bill. Number one, the potential reduction in PSC oversight regarding the CPCN process. And number two, the timelines and resource requirements for this bill. My first and main concern of this bill is that an expedited hearing for a DGC CPCN is not well defined in the language, and that the accelerated nature of this hearing process could reduce the PSC's oversight on the impacts of the electric system. Furthermore, this bill states that if the PSC determines that a DG CPCN applicant satisfies PPRP's siting and design requirements, then they shall or may be granted a DG CPCN. This is concerning as this provision could remove the Commission's discretion to consider the unique characteristics of a project, which is fairly typical in the current CPCN process. My second concern relates to the timeline and resource requirements that would be necessary to implement HB 1046. The regulations outlined in the legislation would require extensive comments that may not be feasible to complete in the 6-month timeframe that is proposed. And additionally, the PSC anticipates that there would be a substantial increase in the number of CPCN applications, which may require additional employees to fulfill this duty. Overall, I'll state that we do understand that the existing CPCN process was historically created to certify large central generating stations rather than distributed generation stations. But with this in mind, a general review of the current CPCN process by the committee may be more appropriate. We are happy to continue to work with the sponsors and staff on this bill. Like I said, I know there are various amendments out there right now. However, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have at this time, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Brett. Appreciate it. Seeing no questions, that concludes this bill. Next, we will go to House Bill 1315, Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I bring my panel up?
Sure.
Bring good news. There is nothing in my presentation about solar panels as far as I know. Mr. Chair, members of Economic Matters. For the record, I'm Delegate Brian Chisholm from the BG&E zone, here to present HB 1315, Keep the Lights On Act. This bill was spurred by the announcement of the premature closing of Brandon Shores, a vital coal-fired power plant in my district, operated by Talent Energy out of Texas. Brandon Shores provides power to more than 1 million homes, including all of Baltimore City and Roanoke County, and is universally agreed to be a critical component to reliable energy throughout Maryland and 13 other states interconnected within our grid operations. Here are just a few notes I pulled from recent articles. Grid operator sounds alarm as shutdown of Brandon Shores looms, creating a potentially catastrophic situation. Failure to come to a resolution on this issue could result in degraded grid reliability for over 1 million consumers, including the entire city of Baltimore, for the years between the stated deactivation of Brandon Shores and the date whereby needed transmission can be constructed. As of right now, the construction is scheduled to be completed in 2028. They plan to shut down Brandon Shores in June of 2025. The looming shutdown of the coal-fired power plant in Baltimore will threaten the region's grid reliability and may have a devastating impact on consumers. The FERC Commissioner, Mark Christie, said in November that without proper upgrades, The shutdown could cause severe voltage collapse in Baltimore and the surrounding zones, including Northern Virginia, the District of Columbia, Delaware, Southwest Pennsylvania. Adding such a scenario would be potentially catastrophic. Christopher Summers, the founder and president of Maryland Public Policy Institute, said the loss of power poses a real danger to the well-being and livelihoods of Maryland family and businesses. Until these current risks to our grid are fully dealt with, it's a mistake to close reliable baseload power plants too soon. That should be a concern to all consumers and businesses in Maryland that rely on dependable power. The plant operator, Texas-based Talon Energy, intends to deactivate the plant in June of 2025. In November, FERC intervened in the situation and approved PJM's nearly $800 million emergency plan for transmission upgrades to blunt the Brandon Shores closure. Here's a problem I'm trying to solve. The emergency plan is a complete date of 2028 at best. The latest estimate we received is actually $900 million to $1 billion, with all BG&E customers being on the hook for the vast majority of that cost. The plan is to build a new transmission line all the way down from Peach Bottom Nuclear Plant in Pennsylvania and bring it down here. And Jason Weintraub just testified that you should be trying to get the power from the places closest. Now we're bringing it in from another state. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I can do basic math. That 3-year gap between 2028 and 2025, not a single person has brought up practical solutions for the millions of citizens that may be shut down due to us closing a 1,283 kilowatt plant. This includes tremendous uncertainty, potential transmission and disruptive outages, extensive power failures, and rolling blackouts. This poses a significant risk to hospitals, citizens relying on life-saving medical equipment, high security establishments like NSA, Fort Meade, Naval Academy. The loss of power threatens our food supply, our water supply, our telecommunications, and our infrastructure. Here's the timeline of how we got here. In 2020, Talon Energy announced that it plans to adopt an ESG agenda and pledges to shut down all coal plants, including Brandon Shores. Talon informs PJM and the PSC that the plan to switch Brandon Shores and Wagner is to oil, not to shut it down completely at that time. In 2022, the Maryland General Assembly passes the Climate Solutions Act now, setting ambitious clean energy goals. The law requires that we need to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2020 or 2045 and 100% clean energy by 2035. However, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, 87% of Maryland state's energy comes from non-renewable energies like nuclear, natural gas, and coal. Renewables only contribute 13% of those goals right now. 2022, Talon announces in a letter to PJM that they had entered into an agreement with the Sierra Club to cease operations of all coal-based plants in the portfolio. 2023, Talon informs Brandon Shores does not make sense given the negative returns on capital, and they cannot run on coal past the end of 2025. In 2023, FERC's Mark Christie issues the warning once again. Meanwhile, we're adding even greater stress to the reliability of the grid due to our electrification goals. The other possible solution for Brandon Shores that's been proposed is batteries. Well, batteries have reliability issues. Batteries have design challenges. Batteries have peak demand management problems. And most importantly, it depends heavily on rare minerals such as lithium. We get lithium from basically 3 places. Thacker Pass out in Nevada. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. It's where we get it from. Thacker Pass produces 60,000 tons of lithium annually. It consumes 1.7 billion gallons of water annually. The mine burns 11,300 gallons of diesel fuel per day. We also get it from China. That's a problem. We also get it from Afghanistan. It's now run by Taliban. That's a problem. I've spoke to everybody about this problem. I have had the governor's office in my office twice. I've talked to Talent Energy for an hour on a virtual call. I've talked to PJM over and over again. I've talked to Reliability First. I've talked to BG&E over and over again. I've talked to Gary Baxter, the ex-Raven, who now runs a nonprofit called Impact that aims to eradicate energy poverty in minority communities, because he is also very concerned about the power outages that could affect Baltimore City and the most vulnerable among us. I've talked to the AG's office. I've talked to the PSC. They're all very concerned, but nobody's got a solution that's not more than 3 years out past the closure. I can't put the genie back in the bottle. So at this point, I heavily amended the bill because I don't want us to get in this problem again. And we need to continue to make sure that we have grid reliability for everybody. The bill has been heavily amended to create a task force and do studies before we pass any major legislation like this. Again, here's the study's objectives. 1, is there going to be a cost savings? Evaluate cost savings for customers resulting from a power plant retirement. 2, reliability of the energy supply. Ensure premature retirement doesn't compromise reliable energy supply for customers. Electric service availability. We must maintain the availability and reliability of electric service to customers served by the facility. Environmental impact. Examine ecological impacts, considering habitat disruption, wildlife, watershed stress, and ecological harm. What is the risk to our nation? We must have stakeholder collaboration. We need to generate recommendations. Energy reliability solutions must be developed and recommended to address the imminent energy reliability gap, striking a balance between economic considerations and the state's commitment to cleaner energy goal. We must assess the economic impact challenges faced to electric generating companies, which have led to premature power plant retirements, and evaluate potential mitigation to sustain their operations. We must take a look at the infrastructure to make sure that we can continue to add more and more onto the power grid. Here's who I have proposed is on this task force. 1, the Speaker of the House appoints 1 member of the House. The President of the Senate appoints 1 member. 1 member from PJM, 1 member from the Public Service Commission, 1 member from the Independent Market Monitor, 1 member from the Maryland Department of Environment, 1 member from Reliability First, 1 member from a traditional power generating company, 1 member from a renewable energy industry expert. Look, I take my job very seriously. My job is to inform, educate, and protect. At this point, all I can do is inform and try to protect in the future from creating a situation like this where there's not a single person that says this is going to be fine if they shut it down. With that, Mr. Chair, I ask for a favorable report and turn it over to my panel.
Thanks. Good afternoon. As a resident of Stony Beach, I appreciate the opportunity to testify today before the commission. My name is Scott Everingham, and I'm the president of Blue Horseshoe Energy. I'm testifying today based upon my 16 years as a former public utility regulator at the Maryland Public Service Commission and at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. As the delegate has stated, last April, Talent Energy notified PJM of their planned deactivation of the 2 Brandon Shores units by June 1st of next year. The reasons are both economic and environmental, including large drops in capacity market prices. It was too expensive to convert it from coal to fuel oil, and then like a very complex capacity performance penalties with something if you don't perform during like Winter Storm Elliott that we had a year or so ago. As the delegate said, PJM has stated that the required transmission upgrades needed to ensure reliability in the BGE zone will delay the deactivation of the Brandon Shores units for 3.5 years till late 2028. FERC already has approved the $785 million, and maybe goes up, per PJM's directive. Already $534 million will be assigned just to BGE zone customers. Yeah, in a nutshell, this high voltage transmission line enables Maryland to reduce its carbon emissions while still importing more coal, natural gas, and nuclear from our neighboring states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, West Virginia. PJM has notified Talon that Brandon Shores will be needed to operate under a reliability must run or RMR arrangement until these upgrades to address the issues are completed within 5 years, which mean they will get a cost of service recovery rate for FERC, not a PGM wholesale market rate. And, really that's a sign of market failure when something like that happens. And, Talon's going to want a good return on equity to do so. The only RMR now is in Delaware. It costs them almost $100 million a year for 4.5 years. Brandon Shores is more than triple the size. It could be up to $250 million a year for 3.5 years for that to be. And I'm afraid the law of unintended consequences of Maryland environmental policies appear to be hitting home. And I just urge that.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chuck Thompson and a resident of District 31 in Northern Anne Arundel County. I support HB 1315 as amended because I'm concerned nobody's looking after the residential and commercial interest of Maryland. When I heard about the bill, I reviewed Maryland's climate pollution reduction plan to understand the plan around electricity generation. A couple of statements on page 15 caught my attention. First, many details of this plan must be worked out by the agencies and legislative committees. That's somewhat understandable. This is a long-term process. But the second statement began to worry me. This plan focuses on how to reduce emissions. So who's focusing on keeping the lights on? One of the plan's appendices presents the historical and projected electricity generation by technology based on current and planned policies. It shows an overall increase in electricity generation in 2025 driven by 2 technologies, imported and solar. In addition, it states coal power is assumed to phase out by 2025. My takeaway is more planning and analysis for electricity generation is needed. For example, what's the status of these 2 growth areas? One of them, solar, is projected to increase in this plan from 2.3 terawatts in 2020 to 11.3 terawatts in 2025. Will all technologies be in place by 2025 to achieve these projections? How about changes to the power grid to support this transition? At what cost? I contacted the MDE to get the latest status of the growth technologies, but have not heard back. This concerns me because critical information like this should be readily available. Absent any response, I'm not confident the power generation projections are achievable. Now that the climate pollution reduction plan has been developed on how to reduce emissions, this baseline can be used to support deliverables from this bill. Please do not allow Marylanders to be harmed due to the optimistic planning from the analysts. I request a favorable report on HB 1315. Thank you for your time.
Chair. So you've got an amendment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let me just back up and say, thank you for your concern about this. I've spent a lot of time working on these issues, and I am also concerned about the resiliency and the reliability of our grid.
Thank you.
And about impacts on ratepayers. And so a lot of the things that you said, I share your concerns. I share the concern that we're probably going to pay $250 million a year or more to keep Brandon Shores open under reliability must run. I share the concern that we're going to pay $800 million for transmission grid. The build that's going to happen without any sort of competition, because we have to build it for real as quickly as possible. And I share the concern about the market failures that the gentleman over here talked about. The concern that I have, and I just want to ask you a little bit about this, are you saying that you're connecting the Climate Solutions Now Act with the closure of Brandon Shores? Is that what you said that happened and then Brandon Shores closed? Is that what you're trying to make that connection?
Yeah, and I can share with you the message or the letter that we got from Talon that said because of our climate, our clean energy ambitious goals, that it was just no longer capital or it was no longer something that they would like to do in order to be.
Yeah,
they're hedge fund managers and they have people that they have to answer to, and Brandon Shores is a loser to them, and I understand that.
It's definitely a loser. I think that the reason I'm asking that question is I think that what's actually happening to coal is that natural gas is cheaper, right? Like the market forces is that natural gas is cheaper, and that's primarily what's driving coal out. I wish we were driving both coal and natural gas out, frankly, but I don't think it is
Climate Solutions Now closing them a couple months later is a pretty impressive set of policies on the part of Maryland. I mean, whether you want them closed or not, it would be pretty remarkable if we could pass a bill and then a few months later, dirty coal would close. I just want to sort of challenge that connection. But I want to come back to what the gentleman said. You talked about all the things that did cause them to fail. You talked about the capacity market payments not being high enough. You talked about wholesale market payments, talked about competition from cheaper natural gas, right? I mean, those are the things realistically that were causing the failure, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's some things beyond our control. Some things could be a PJM or a FERC problem, not something that this legislature can even do, or the PSC.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of challenges with that because I feel like what your bill does is it's asking PSC to do something, or it's asking us to stop making progress when really there are, in fact, a lot of failures at PJM, which theoretically creates these market mechanisms, but the market mechanisms are created by incumbent and they're created by market participants. And so there's this real question about who's kind of creating what sort of outcomes for themselves. And the gentleman over here, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
I'm Scott Everingham.
Scott, do you know how many gigawatts are currently in the queue to try to interconnect into PJM?
I don't, but I know it's huge. I think
It's
it's more than, I
200.
think it's more than what's completely online. in the
Yeah, it's
country
about
now.
200 gigawatts.
Yeah, it's huge.
So, or it was last September. So I guess when we're talking about a reliability challenge, I think a lot of the responsibility is squarely on PJM. It's squarely on PJM for not bringing on new generation at the pace that we know coal is going to close at. And it's squarely on PJM for not doing any transmission planning, like literally none. They get a D- compared to, MISO and the other RTOs. And so I'm just trying to figure out why your focus is on the PSC that has or the General Assembly that has a pretty limited, I mean, I'm doing the best I can to figure out how we can influence PJM, but it is a lot of PJM mistakes that got us to this place. And I'm trying to figure out why you're focused on PSC and the legislature when these decisions about what generation is and isn't on the grid is primarily in the market systems that are created by PJM.
Because and thank you for that. And I agree with you. Coal's about $38 a kilowatt. Natural gas is 18 to 20. So it's half the price. The problem is that we don't have the ability to go to natural gas there. We don't have anybody that can fill that gap. So that's where the first part came out. The reason for the amendment was we do make laws here. And when I put this together, I thought about it. I'm like, I want to make sure we have stakeholders from across the industry, everybody we could. I know that you spend a lot of time on these issues and bring a perspective maybe different than somebody else. So the more people we can put together in a stakeholder task group and say, this is how we're going to make sure that we have a reliable power grid and system. And we also have the ratepayers in mind, because it's very difficult. I know you're probably not in the BG&E zone. I got a ton of calls last billing cycle. What is going on? My bill went up. And it's, we have to protect the people, especially the people that are most vulnerable, because people can choose not to buy a stake. People can choose not to do this. People will pay their utility bill oftentimes before they pay their mortgage because it's that vital to them. So my goal was to put together a task force that says, this is really the best way. Can we reach a consensus? That's why we put task forces together all the time around here. I'm not giving an out to PJM. I'm not giving an out to PSC. I'm just saying, this is the situation. How do we make sure that we protect the people that we're supposed to protect?
All right.
Thank you. We can follow up offline.
Yep. Delegate Pepe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just saw something I thought would be helpful for the conversation. So the Maryland Energy Administration did an unfavorable letter. And the reason they said it, part of it was because your bill would not be in line with the Climate Solutions Now Act. And so you were trying to find the nexus between them closing and the Climate Solutions Now Act. Our own Maryland Energy Administration stated that that was one of the main two reasons why they should not be in support. So just to kind of answer, I mean, I can read. You want me to read it to you, or? Okay, all right. Okay. I mean, I can read. You know what I mean, and everybody on the committee can read. So, and the last thing I'll say, appreciate the bill. It's you're trying to find a compromise between ratepayers and the transition to cleaner energy. And it seems like you're trying to work it logically. So thank you for the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Can I just say
No,
something
no,
about?
no.
Oh,
Okay,
You got,
thank you so much. That concludes this
Give me a
bill
question.
hearing. We will now go to no, he's not online. So now we will go to House Bill 1379, delegates Adams and Aaron's. Both want to go up? You're just gonna send him up there by himself, huh?
Vice Chair, can I bring my panel forward? Good afternoon, Vice Chair and committee members and Delegate Aaron's. For the record, Delegate Chris Adams presenting House Bill 1379, which would establish a renewable natural gas pilot program within the Department of Natural Resources. Before I begin, Department of General Services already has an energy procurement program where they secure wind and solar. This bill asks for that same department to expand renewable natural gas into what they currently do. So the bill by January 1st, 2025 would establish within the Department of General Services in consultation with the University System of Maryland and the Maryland Department of Environment, a renewable natural gas program would require Department of General Services to collect specified greenhouse gas emission reduction data, require that the generator or other appropriate entity of renewable natural gas procured under the program complete a carbon life cycle analysis, and then 3, analyze the environmental and economic benefits and costs of expanding the use of renewable natural gas in the transportation and building sectors of the state. The purpose of the program is to procure renewable natural gas for use as a fuel in the state's transportation and building sectors, to evaluate the environmental and economic benefits and costs of replacing fossil natural gas with renewable natural gas on both a short and long-term basis, in furtherance of the state's net zero statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. So, Mr. Vice Chair, renewable natural gas can be blended to provide pipeline quality natural gas, thus lowering carbon intensity profile for that. We, as a state, can leverage the abundance of Maryland's agriculture and it positions us in a favorable position to have a reliable and adequate feedstock for this. So the bill asks, and I'd ask for a favorable report, that we join and become the next state to create a pilot program. We'd be joining states like Virginia, Vermont, and California while having different policy settings. We would share a common goal of supporting development, procurement, and distribution of renewable natural gas. And we thank you for consideration, and I'll leave it to the panel to share the details. Thank you.
Vice Chair, committee members, my name is Tom Spengler, and I'm speaking in support of HB 1379. I serve as Executive Chairman of Clean Bay Renewables. Clean Bay is a Maryland envirotech company that processes agricultural byproducts into renewable energy and sustainable natural fertilizer. We use field-proven technology, and we even capture our CO2 for sequestration in concrete. This 3-year RNG pilot program is intended to help our state meet the decarbonization goals of the Climate Solutions Now Act. The pilot brings necessary attention to a near-term decarbonization tool that has not been highlighted, is available now, and uses existing infrastructure. Ag byproducts and food waste will always exist. Why not harness their renewable energy potential in the form of RNG? There's precedent for DGS to procure renewable energy as part of our state's energy sourcing. Since 2011, they've successfully operated the Generating Clean Horizons program to buy renewable electricity. And we're proposing we should do the same for other renewables like RNG to accelerate decarbonizing hard to decarbonize facilities and fleets. Decarbonization does cost money. So electricity costs more than fossil-based because the renewable energy credits have a carbon value. With mandated carbon reduction policies, our conversation and analysis needs to shift to the cost of reducing GHG emissions as opposed to simply comparing renewable energy versus their fossil fuel equivalent. One step in the right direction, a pilot program calling for DGS to procure RNG in the amount of at least 5% of the state's total natural gas use, so 4 million MMBTUs per year.
This will immediately contribute to Maryland's decarbonization, support Maryland agriculture, provide data to inform future policymaking, and facilitate planning and budgeting for future agency budgets. Thank you, and we request a favorable report on HB 1379.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Manny Giraldo, representing Washington Gas. We serve over 500,000 customers in Maryland. I'm joined by David Lewis, one of my colleagues at Washington Gas. We're here to testify in support of this bill. We see this bill as a launching pad for RNG in Maryland, and we're glad that it's being discussed here. Across the country, there's over 300 RNG facilities. So it's a growing sector. We think there's a lot of growth here in Maryland. Next door in Virginia, they're moving forward quite quickly with RNG. In 2022, they passed the VEIA with bipartisan support, and that legislation was passed to encourage and incentivize more RNG facilities. And those projects are underway, and Dave Lewis can talk to them. There are also a significant federal funding opportunity. So this is something that we can take advantage of, that the state can take advantage of, and that won't affect the ratepayers. This committee has looked at various ways to lower emissions. And yesterday, there was a discussion on a very innovative geothermal pilot. And I think that if we're going to go in that direction, we can also go into RNG. I think we can use every tool in the toolbox to reach some of our climate goals. So we do encourage a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is David Lewis, and I represent Washington Gas, where I am part of the strategy and innovation team working on RNG project development. Washington Gas's RNG journey began in Maryland with the WSSC Piscataway wastewater treatment plant. We completed our pipeline interconnection with the WSSC facility last year. Currently, WSSC is testing their plant and expect to begin delivering RNG later this year. While small at 0.1 BCF per year, this pipeline interconnection was an important first step forward for Washington Gas. Building on Manny's comments regarding the Virginia Energy Innovation Act, the VEIA, I would like to discuss the important second step we have taken to advance RNG. Leveraging the VEIA, Washington Gas recently applied for approval from the Virginia Commission on a contract we signed with Opal Fuels to interconnect with their RNG facility at Prince William County landfill. This is a large landfill expected to produce about 1.4 BCF per year, enough to meet the gas needs of about 10,000 homes. The transaction will benefit our Virginia customers in the range of $30 million over the deal term, and will reduce greenhouse emissions from the landfill by 30% compared to the current baseline. The state of Maryland has a large potential for RNG production, given the many landfills, wastewater plants, and poultry farms. In fact, for the Maryland DOE 2020 Greenhouse Gas Inventory Report, landfills are the largest source of methane in the state. Capturing biogas and turning it into RNG will have both financial and environmental benefits for the state and its citizens. RNG can play an important role in decarbonizing sectors such as building heat, heavy-duty transportation, and manufacturing. Washington Gas fully supports the legislation HB 1379. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we'll go to Steve Pacino, Scott Waderlevich, Carvel Collins. You can start when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Carvel Collins. I'm an attorney representing Columbia Gas of Maryland. We're here in support of the legislation. Columbia Gas serves 34,000 customers in the 3 westernmost counties of Maryland. Just a couple of thoughts about our support and why we think this bill merits your favorable consideration. I think primarily we feel that this is a modest and measured proposal. It follows the Maryland model of state government investing in a promising new technology to test its cost effectiveness. We've done that on some other new technologies, and this would be yet another one. It's a pilot program, so it's measured in that way. It's not a grand scale, it's small, it's designed to learn and figure out how to best utilize this technology. As few as 1 contract is required from the procurement process that is contemplated under the bill. This program sunsets in 2027, And in the fiscal note, there's only one pin that is required. There would be a new procurement officer that would be added to DGS to help oversee and implement the program. So for these reasons, we find it to be modest and measured, a good first start, and makes sense because, you know, these in many situations, this methane is simply going into the air, evaporating into the air. Instead, it could be captured and we could make use of it. So for these reasons, we urge your favorable consideration. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Waitlevich with Columbia Gas of Maryland. We believe House Bill 1379 continues Maryland's tradition of having our state government invest in a burgeoning renewable technology in order to test its cost effectiveness. While the use of alternative gas, especially landfill gas, has been around for decades, it has not yet fulfilled its promise as a tool in our fight to mitigate the effects of climate change. We believe renewable natural gas, or RNG, can do that. As been mentioned, it's a cleaner, affordable, and reliable waste-derived fuel that can be used to power homes, businesses, and even vehicles. It's made by capturing and refining biogases released from decomposing organic waste. Every community in Maryland produces waste. As that waste breaks down, it emits methane, and of course, that is a naturally occurring greenhouse gas. These RNG projects can capture this methane from existing food waste and other waste and redirect it from the environment, repurposing it as an ultra-low to zero carbon renewable energy source. Why not take all the trash and waste we produce and turn it into an energy that can flow through our current natural gas distribution system? Columbia asks that you let RNG be part of the solution to address climate change. House Bill 1379 is a great start, and we ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I am Steve Bacina, representing Chesapeake Utilities in support of House Bill 1379. Chesapeake Utilities is a natural gas provider on the Eastern Shore, operating in 6 counties and serving 32,000 customers. Renewable natural gas, also referred to as RNG, is produced from the anaerobic digestion of organic matter. RNG is a clean and low carbon gas alternative that is fully interchangeable with traditional natural gas. Currently, there are over 720 RNG facilities across the nation that are either operational, under construction, or planned. According to the American Biogas Council, Maryland ranks 21st out of the 50 states for its RNG potential. Numerous states, including Virginia, have passed RNG-related laws, and I urge you to add Maryland to that list. Chesapeake Utilities owns Planet Found Energy Development, a Maryland-based facility formed by scientists, farmers, and business people in cooperation with the University of Maryland Eastern Shore and University of Maryland College Park, and partially funded through grants from the Maryland Energy Administration. Located on the Eastern Shore and in operation since 2017, Planet Found operates a farm-scale anaerobic digestion and nutrient capture system that produces a nutrient-rich soil conditioner sold under the brand Element Soil. With additional equipment, Planet Found could produce RNG from its anaerobic digestion processes using poultry litter. Planet Found spent years researching and developing this technology to produce RNG from poultry litter, which is very difficult to digest, and there are only a few poultry litter anaerobic digesters operating in the United States. On behalf of Chesapeake Utilities and Planet Found, we respectfully request a favorable vote on House Bill 1379. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes this witness list. We will now go to that concludes this bill. We'll now go to House Bill 1112, Delegate Charkoudian. You want me to just call up all the favorables?
I'm not sure who else is on there.
More ciphers, and then we have one virtual.
And what's that?
And then we have one virtual.
I don't even know who's virtual. Okay, come on up.
They're probably from Tacoma Park.
Can I bring up a favorable with amendment just so he can sit here with me again?
There is no favorable amendment with amendment.
I think it's in writing.
What? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues. For the record, Delegate Lori Charkoudian here to ask for favorable report on House Bill 1112. I want to just come back to the conversation that I got to have with a colleague in a bipartisan conversation about how we share the concern for reliability on our grid, and a concern about what's happening in the context of Brandon Shores and what it means for ratepayers in our state. So I just want to run through this quickly because as you heard, what is happening is Brandon Shores is retiring. We can disagree about the reasons that it's retiring, but in our capitalist society, private owner-owned power plants are allowed to retire when they choose to retire. And this privately owned power plant has announced that based on the economics that it faces, it is retiring. When a privately owned power plant in PJM announces that it's going to retire, the PJM does an analysis and says, what's the impact going to be on the community? And in this case, the impact on the community is really significant. Now, I won't get into PJM queues and transmission planning and all the issues where I think PJM failed us completely to get to this point, but this is the point that we're at. And so now as we face this, what's going to happen first is that BG&E and Exelon BG&E are going to build $800 million worth of transmission. That transmission needs to be built at this point based on all the analysis as I understand them. There's questions about cost allocation, but that's going to get built. And I know they're building it as quickly as they possibly can, but that is still going to be several years, as you heard. The problem is between now and when that transmission is built, in order to address reliability, the option that PJM provides, and the only option really in front of us, is what's called reliability must run. And this is the option where basically Talon gets to name their price and come up with literally any price that they want. And ratepayers are on the hook to pay them any price that they ask for, whatever they say it's going to cost them to run, after they've said it's uneconomic to run this plant. And they're going to get to name their price, and ratepayers are going to have to pay that price. And at this point, the numbers that are being considered, and you heard this by the last panel as well, is about $250 million a year. So basically for somewhere between 1, 3, possibly 5 years, depending on delays on that transmission build, we would be paying $250 million a year to keep coal running. And at the end of that, we would really have essentially nothing to show for it. That $250 million a year, by the way, is on top of the $800 million a year for the transmission, that at least we'd have something to show for, a transmission line. So a number of people have been doing analyses to say, is there something else that we can do with $250 million a year or less that would give us something to show for at the end? Matt, who will speak in a moment, is with Telos, right? Telos Energy Engineering Firm has done the analysis. I'll talk a little bit about that. And others have reviewed the analysis, and it appears that battery storage in this spot could perform the same or better in terms of the reliability needs. And the battery storage, and if we chose to pay some amount under $250 million a year, let's say 240, 200, 150 towards that storage solution instead, we would get the same reliability. And at the end, we would have storage on our system, which has a whole host of other benefits to our system, to building the green grid, to grid reliability and all those kinds of things. And so unlike the reliability must run solution, where we're just throwing money away for that reliability, this would be an investment and it would help meet our storage goals in the end. Now, in order for that to happen, there's a lot of things that have to come into play. PJM has to play ball with us. A lot of other things have to happen. But the first and foremost is we've got to get a couple things straight in Maryland to even open up the possibility of engaging with PJM on this. And what we have to get straight in Maryland is working with the PSC, authorizing the PSC to take the ratepayer money that would have gone to reliability must run to prop up a coal plant, and instead authorize it to go to building battery storage. There's a lot of details to that. And of course, as all of you know, I'm happy to, at some other time, go into excruciating detail with you on that. I can answer some questions here today. My panel will speak first, and I urge a favorable report. Why don't you go next?
Okay, thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you. My name is Matthew Richwine. I'm a founding partner with Telos Energy. Telos is a firm that provides engineering and economic analysis of the electric grid and power systems all across North America. I'm here today to summarize the feasibility analysis that we conducted related to the deactivation of Brandon Shores, with the objective of exploring options for shutting down the plant as near to the targeted date as possible, thereby reducing the RMR, or the reliability must run payments, while maintaining the standard of reliability in accordance with PJM's criteria. To perform this analysis, we started with working with PJM and acquired the models that they used to conduct their deactivation analysis. We used the same industry standard tools as them, and we started by replicating their analysis to the best that we could to benchmark our work against theirs. These models are extremely complex. Then we extended their analysis to explore alternatives. The alternative portfolio that we studied consists of a combination of transmission reinforcements, the same that PJM had proposed or had provided and were approved, and in conjunction with battery energy storage sited at the Brandon Shores point of interconnection. A note on the transmission retirements, there's a prioritization to consider the shorter duration, shorter construction timeframe projects. Our analysis found that not only is an option like this technically feasible, but it presents a net economic benefit if it can reduce the reliability must run payments by even as little as 1 year. These economic benefits grow substantially if the RMR payments are extended due to unanticipated delays in the construction of these very large transmission projects. Our analysis shows that alternatives like the one we studied weren't for further consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee, David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel. Very pleased to be here in support of HB 1112. We appreciate the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. This bill provides an important new avenue for Maryland's captive utility customers to potentially avoid the exorbitant costs of these RMR arrangements. RMRs are caused largely by PJM's failure to proactively plan for power plant retirements and to consider alternatives to costly new transmission lines. HB 1112 is directed at both of these failures. Over the past 2 years, our office has been deeply engaged in trying to mitigate the costs of these RMR arrangements through litigation at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and through hundreds of meetings at PJM. Our written comments highlight the RMR costs related to an earlier retirement, NRG's retirement of Indian River Unit 4. That retirement notice triggered an RMR proposal that would cost customers over $350 million over 4.5 years, even though the transmission upgrade was just $47 million. FERC ruled in favor of our protest that the RMR costs were not shown to be just and reasonable, and we are litigating what those costs should be. But even if we're successful, success will not eliminate the RMR, just lower its costs. The retirements of Brandon Shores and Wagner are much bigger problems. They are about 4 times the size of Indian River, and the costs, as you've heard, $800 million in capital expenditures for transmission. And our preliminary estimates are that the RMR costs would be about $1 billion if PJM's transmission solution is complete by the end of 2028, and that's a big if. Maryland is vulnerable to these RMRs because we have transmission constraints. HB 1112 opens up a new avenue for potentially resolving these high costs. We respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Morris Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association. Thank you to Delegate Charkoudian for bringing this bill. We're here in strong support of the bill. Reliability must run agreements, as you've previously heard, are not always the best path forward to ensuring reliability. Energy storage systems are currently a leading technology of choice across the country for enhancing reliability and keeping costs low. In states like Texas and California, energy storage facilities have helped keep the lights on and have helped to reduce energy prices during extreme weather events. We support this bill and believe that energy storage, including longer duration and multi-day energy storage, can play an important role in helping Maryland improve reliability, and avoid blackouts. Procurement of resources capable of delivering firm capacity would help avoid the need for RMR resources. Firm capacity generally refers to resources like multi-day storage that can deliver dispatchable energy at rated power over multi-day grid contingencies, such as periods of extreme hot and cold. Think Winter Storm Elliott. In the near term, we also hope that the Public Service Commission will design its storage procurement program in a way that supports a variety of battery storage technology. This bill today would ensure that the PSC has the ability to explore other cost-effective options for maintaining reliability besides keeping older facilities online past the retirement date, costing Maryland ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars. Thanks very much for this bill, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next. Who?
Morris is online.
Oh, my apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Shrine.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Morris Shrine, Senior Commission Advisor at the Public Service Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to discuss HB 1112, and thank you, Delegate Charkoudian, for your leadership in advancing a bill intentioned to provide ratepayers cost-effective electric reliability using energy storage. The idea of relying on storage is similar to what the Commission filed last year at FERC, suggesting that storage on the distribution system can help address regional reliability in a cost-effective manner. Since then, the Commission has been working with PJM on developing a more holistic approach to reliability planning. This approach reflects a basic theme in this bill. Earlier, we offered the bill's sponsor what we hope are some constructive comments that may have already found their way into the current draft, but it's best to summarize them here. Primarily, the efforts envisioned would require substantial resources, but could be reduced somewhat by narrowing the scope of generators to review. Also, while the Commission would require contracting with specialized consultants, expertise from PJM and our utilities may also be beneficial. As you can imagine, the decision to move forward with a storage solution will rely on multiple assessments, many that may be characterized as speculative. For instance, how much will the upgrades cost? What is the avoided RMR cost? How will future revenues be valued? And of course, when would PJM receive any necessary federal approvals? Because of these many uncertainties, it's important to set some expectations up front. The Commission had also provided some other observations earlier with regard to issue coordination. Given the timing, it would require the Commission to make narrow determinations on storage resources that may have broader implications on ongoing efforts to address similar issues affecting the distribution system. So to summarize, factors beyond the Commission's jurisdiction and other uncertainties could present some significant challenges to a bill that's truly aimed at furthering cost-effective reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Morris. So I'm reading the fiscal note, and the take here is it's going to take $500,000 every year for perpetuity. Am I reading
So
it
I think
correctly?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think it really depends on how the bill is structured and the size of this. I think when we saw an earlier draft, anytime that any type of plant could be considered for retirement, a study would need to be done. So an ongoing monitoring system of every plant would be required. And the comments that we forwarded try to contain that a little bit more. So I think as we see further amendments, those numbers may change.
Mr. Chair, we're taking that amendment.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we will go to House Bill 1256. Delegate Frazier Hidalgo, first final one of the day, and Delegate, you have a panel. In fact, do you care if I just, no, never mind, it's probably all of them. Look at this cast of characters. All right. David, talk about a partnership.
I know, right? You gotta love it. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Frazier Hidalgo, delegate introducing House Bill 1256. So as you can see from the panel here, this bill has been a lot of work over a very long period of time.
And pretty much everybody is on board with this bill in one fashion or another. We've reached out to all of the utilities, to the OPC, to the PSC. If there are any last minute amendments, it's because they waited a long time because they've had this bill for 5-6 months. So with that said, we're really excited to put this great panel together. And we're calling this the Drive Act. So hopefully this is my last bill and I have not driven you too crazy today. I had to just throw that little joke in there. But so what does the Drive Act do? There are 3 main components to this act. We have to reach our goals when it comes to clean energy. And one of the problems that we're having, which you've already heard multiple times today, is the idea of peaker plants, or how do we shave off, or how do we deal with peak load? And this is something that this committee deals with on a regular basis because of storage issues and because of the intermittency of solar and wind. So this bill deals with all of those issues in a way that I think is very well planned out. So the 3 pieces are time of use. So basically what we do is we say we want to establish an opt-in program at the utility level. So folks that want to opt in can spend a little bit less money when they use electricity in off-peak hours, because everybody knows what happens in the middle of August at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Everybody comes home, throws on their air conditioners, and that's the peak issue. So this tells people let's use your electricity demand when it comes to washing, drying, air conditioning, electric cars. Let's charge those. Let's use that electricity either in the mornings or late at night when we don't have peak load to alleviate some of the issues that are coming. We see them all across the country now as far as brownouts are concerned, and this tries to get ahead of that. So it charges a little bit more during peak load, but it charges a lot less in off-peak mode to just try to get people to make that idea. When you get home, as we electrify the grid, don't wash and dry your clothes, don't run your air conditioner. So that's the first piece. The second piece this does is called a VPP, or virtual power plant. And essentially what this does is it encourages people, this is a pilot program, what it does is it encourages people to create their own power plant at home. And why is this important? The reason this is so important is because having your own power plant is good for the grid. It diversifies our grid, and it creates a situation where the grid is a lot more sustainable. And it also, a really big piece of this is an entrepreneurial opportunity. So it allows people to generate electricity from solar. It allows them to store that electricity, those electrons, on batteries or some kind of storage device. And it allows them to then potentially sell those electrons back to the utilities and back up the grid. This helps with peak load because you can sell those, you can sell those electrons back on the grid at peak times. Hence, hopefully getting to a position where we don't need to have the peaker plants as much. So that's a big piece of this. And why is this important? Because what I just mentioned, and the other really, really cool thing about it, which this committee will get, is this is not only a climate change issue, but this is a business development issue. There are people all over the country, in Texas, in Massachusetts, and a bunch of other states that are doing this. And it affords people the opportunity, if they can see it and they can do it and they can build it, to create their own source of revenue generation. They can actually make a little bit of money. We're not talking about a ton of money, but they can make a little bit of money every month just selling electrons back to the grid. And the third part about this that is very, in my view, very revolutionary is the fact we talk about battery storage, and the average battery may be 13 or 14 kilowatts of storage. And most people, if they have battery storage in their home or their place of employment, they might have a couple of batteries in their basement or in their garage. But what people aren't realizing is the biggest battery that people have that have EVs, or that battery between the 4 wheels of their car. And that could be 100 kilowatt hour battery pack. That's a huge battery pack. So what do? People come in, they drive home, they have all these electrons, and they can't distribute them to their house should they lose power in a storm, and they can't redistribute them to the grid to help with peak issues. So the really cool thing about this is it also establishes a pilot that allows folks to sell those electrons. And I will tell you, the one company that's done this already, which is really cool, is Ford and the Ford F-150 Lightning. They've already started it, but it's just their car to the house. It's not their car to their house in the grid. And that's what this does. So I'm getting the look, which means the look is the hook. And I'm pretty much going to pass it on to my good friend, Charles Washington, that's been working so hard on this bill as everybody else has. Thank you. I got the look. I got it.
Good afternoon, Chair Crosby, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Charles Washington, here on behalf of EGE in support of the DRIVE Act. Look, there's no question about it that achieving Maryland's decarbonization goals will require electric companies to make significant investments in our systems. If we electrify our vehicles, if we electrify our buildings, if we electrify our lives, BGE's system will need to be prepared to support the load that comes with that energy transformation. And we've given significant thought about how to support our customers in this transition at the lowest possible cost. And it all starts, you've heard me say this before, with the integrated energy system, where we leverage diverse fuels to give customers costs and to lower the price. But the second really important tool is to have options for utilities to encourage customers and to do it ourselves to manage the use of energy at peak times, at those hottest hours of the summer and those coldest hours of the winter. And what this bill does is it authorizes several of those tools. Time of use rates will give customers the information they need to reduce their usage at peak times. Virtual power plants, as you just heard from the delegate, will also give additional opportunities to manage peak load, as will bidirectional electric vehicles. And with these tools combined with an integrated energy system, BGE will have a better opportunity to provide for your energy needs at the lowest possible cost. For those reasons, BGE supports the DRIVE Act and respectfully requests a favorable committee report. Thank you.
Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, my name is Robin Dutta, the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. I'm really happy to follow Charles and to be able to say, yes, Chesa supports this. And we think that when we add all the technologies together, we can create a smarter, more reliable, more cost-effective grid, and that distributed solar can help the utilities. And we are all in this together. If we don't have virtual power plants and we don't have legislation like the DRIVE Act, what we face is having to deal with the 20th century grid architecture that we have had. We're now in a load growth era. We're doing building electrification. There's a high adoption now of electric vehicles. And so we're seeing not just load growth, but peak load growth. And as we grow peak load, we have to grow then the size of the grid based on the 20th century model. The DRIVE Act is a 21st century model. It's not just about the poles and wires. It's about deploying distributed energy resources, local solar and storage, where that load is being generated. And so that can be the most cost-effective way to then improve the grid. Grid modernization is one avenue, decarbonization is another, but the DRIVE Act allows us to pair it all together. And the benefits to the grid are then not just for that of the customer who adopts those technologies, but then for communities and all ratepayers together. And that's where we can talk about decarbonization, utility, grid management, distributed solar, and talk about the benefits for everyone all in on one topic. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, my name is Thad Cully. I'm here on behalf of Sunrun. We're the nation's largest provider of residential solar and storage. I'll just provide one very brief real world example of what this looks like in the wild. Over the summer, we completed a aggregation of our home battery systems. About 8,600 homes participated. That produced and dispatched power to the grid from 7 to 9 every day for 90 days. That reduced basically the equivalent of 27 megawatts. So we could take a peaker plant off because of that. Customers were compensated $750 in a gift card. And of course, Sunrun was compensated for providing that aggregation service. This is really the future. As a solar company, we actually have started saying we're a battery first company because we see that as the solution to everything my colleague from Chesas just said, to make sure we can mitigate the impacts of electrification on the grid. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report of the DRIVE Act. And thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Fiasser from Fiasser Consulting, here on behalf of Arcadia. My client, Arcadia, is a software company. Some of you are familiar with them. They connect over 200,000 Americans to community solar through their unique software package. It's that same software package that can support concepts that are brought forward in HB 1256, the TOU piece as well as the aggregation piece. The bill and the tariff that's contemplated under the bill allows customers to bring their technology, whether it's storage or whether it is a controllable thermostat, to an aggregating company. That aggregator can actually use their authority and their software to manipulate and enjoy and for the benefit of the customer, and allow that customer to enjoy a benefit under the tariff, bringing savings to the customer, bringing income to the customer, and bringing broader grid benefit. So for that reason, Arcadia supports HB 1256 and asks this committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles, quick question. Time of use, right? You guys, is it just a pilot right now and this would make it permanent for residential?
That's correct.
All right, cool. Okay, well, yeah, all right, cool. See no further questions. That concludes this panel.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We have favorable with amendments. Tommy Troxel. Oh, sorry, Tim. I'm losing it, dude. My bad.
Thank you, Vice Chair Crosby. Tim Troxel. Might be related to Tommy, but I'm not sure. I'm with First Energy. We have Potomac Edison, which is the electric distribution company that serves the western part of the state, about 285,000 customers. And we're supportive of the bill, but I just want the committee to be aware of the issue and the significance that this could potentially create for us. Potomac Edison is the only large utility in the state that does not have advanced metering infrastructure, or what a lot of people call smart meters. So to do some of the things that are in this bill, we're not going to be able to do them very easily. And to implement smart meters for our customers is a major, major expense. So we've been working with the bill sponsor. He's put some language in there that will give us an opt-out for a while to let us catch up eventually to what the other utilities in the state have already done.
Tim, appreciate it. And I know we've kind of discussed this. I think the message back to your people is it's 2024. You know what I mean? Like flip phones are done. You kind of got to get with it. So, I mean, you might get delayed a little bit here, but we're going to tell you you're going to do it soon. And there's no reason you can't be on smart meters at this point in life.
I understand that, but just to put it in reality, in perspective, I guess I should say, we spend maybe $100 million in capital infrastructure in an entire year in Potomac Edison for West Virginia and Maryland. And installing smart meters for our 285,000 customers is about 1.5 times that entire
I got it.
So it's a lot of money for our customers.
I get it. But when everybody else has done it, it's kind of like, come on, bro. Right? Just figure out a plan and
I understand.
I mean,
people love cheap rates though. And we are.
I know. I'm just saying. All right.
I get it.
Okay, cool. And on that note, we have one informational from the PSC, Brett Sproul. Go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
Yep, no problem. I think this is wrapping me up here for the committee. But good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and committee members. Brett Sproul again, advisor for the Maryland Public Service Commission, here today to provide informational comments on House Bill 1256. My comments today focus on the unamended version of the bill, and I know there are amendments out there that will address some of my concerns. However, today I will focus on three main topics. Number one, the transition of all customers to an opt-out time of use rate. Number two, the interconnection of bidirectional electric vehicles. And number three, the additional incentives provided for distributed energy resources. The first matter relates to the original opt-out time of use rate, as mentioned in the bill. The commission has concerns related to the customer protections and how customers would react to transitioning them to an opt-out time of use rate. The transition would likely catch some customers by surprise and could prove harmful and costly if the customers do not wish to participate in the rate or are not properly informed. We additionally note that it may be more appropriate to mandate an extensive study on the impact of transitioning all of these electric customers to an opt-out time of use rate. My second point relates to the interconnection of bidirectional electric vehicles in the bill. An interconnection process for these types of vehicles currently does not exist, as this is still a developing technology. And because of this, a comprehensive feasibility study may be more useful to conduct to further inform the interconnection process to ensure safe and reliable operations. And lastly, I would like to address the additional incentives provided for distributed energy resources. The Commission notes that allowing compensation to cover the cost of distributed resources has certain implications on the cost savings attributable to the utility. However, linking compensation to a positive cost-benefit analysis for the distributed resource can help safeguard ratepayers and ensure effective projects that are being installed. And I'll wrap up. I know that there are plenty of amendments that may address my concerns, but we are happy to continue to work with the sponsor and staff on this bill moving forward, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Brett, I think your closing statement there pretty much hit the nail on the head. I think the sponsor took a lot of your amendments. So can you just get with them to alleviate maybe any additional concerns? Because like 30 seconds of that was about opting out and it's been changed to opt in. So, all right, buddy, appreciate it. Thank you so much. That concludes this bill hearing. Next, we will go to our final bill of the day for the final time this year. Maybe.
Yeah.
Bill, thank you.
Enjoy it while you can. Yeah, exactly.
I know, until 2025. Okay, we'll go to House Bill 166. Delegate Stewart, do you have the panel?
Yeah, I do. They can join me.
Yeah, don't sound too excited about them.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I will just start by saying I have a voting session in a little while on ENT. So if you see me leave, don't worry, I'm coming back. Not leaving you guys hanging with all the witnesses, not trying to be rude. I'll be back, but I do have to vote. Other thing I want to say is obviously we got a lot of witnesses in support of this bill, which I'm honored by, but I just want to tell them this is their last bill of the day. Please be respectful of the committee's time. Don't go over. And what I'll say to the opponents is that the timer is just a suggestion and that they should feel free to blow through it as much as they need. Okay, so with that, for the record, I'm Delegate Vaughn Stewart. This is House Bill 166. This is similar to a bill y'all have heard a couple of times now, but with one major difference, which is that it only focuses on one dirty energy source in the renewable portfolio standard. Y'all might remember we had more ambitious bills before this committee in the past. We took the feedback from the committee and we have zeroed in on just trash incineration. So the only thing this bill does is it removes trash incineration from tier 1 of the RPS. I came to this bill a few years ago, and honestly, what initially attracted it to me is I found a study that tied municipal trash incinerators to non-Hodgkin lymphoma. And non-Hodgkin lymphoma is the cancer that I had in 2017, and it was rough. It was not fun. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. I'm sure that a lot of you have either gone through something similar or someone close to you has. I can still, smell the substance of the chemo that they would like inject in me to save my life. And I don't want anyone else to have to go through to that. So anytime I see a bill that reminds me of that experience, I generally hop on board with 2 feet. And that's why I initially came to this bill, is basically the human health effects of trash incineration. But what I've learned over the years, and really what I feel most compelled by, and what I really want to leave you with today, is I just think that including trash incineration in the RPS, regardless of whether or not what your views on climate change are, what your views are on lymphoma or asthma or whatever, I just think this is a boondoggle for Maryland ratepayers. I just think it's a bad deal. We put this money in 2004 in the RPS for these companies because they were fledgling. These were relatively new facilities. There was a concern that there wasn't going to be enough trash volume for them to profit. And we wanted them to succeed because we didn't know what to do with our waste. 2024 is not 2004. Things have changed a lot, and yet we're still giving this industry upwards of $20 million a year. So what are we talking about? There are 3 recipients of the money. The first one is my own county. So Montgomery County owns a facility in Dickerson, Maryland, in the northern part of Montgomery County. So actually a third of this subsidy that we're all paying is coming to Montgomery County. And, we appreciate it. That's great, but we're also interested in it no longer, the facility, the local officials in Montgomery County might choose to close the facility anyway, but they're also in support of this bill. The second recipient is, as y'all know, formerly called Wheelabrator Wind Waste in Baltimore City, now called Wind Waste in Baltimore City. And the third facility that benefits is actually in Lorton, Virginia, and it's owned and run by Covanta, which is also the company that runs the one in Baltimore County, but they don't, in Montgomery County, but they don't own it. So those are the three recipients. One is a county government, one is an out-of-state facility, and one is the Baltimore City facility. One thing I want to make perfectly clear is I'm not interested in shutting down any of these three facilities. That's not why I'm interested in the bill. That's not what this bill is about. I'm agnostic on that. If local government officials want to shut facilities down, that's rightly their decision. That's not my decision. That's not y'all's decision. My view is we shouldn't be all paying more in our utility bill every year under the name of clean renewable energy and send the money to polluters. We should have truth in advertising, and we should be good stewards of ratepayer dollars, because the reality is Covanta makes $2 billion a year in gross revenue. It's a major international company. Wind Waste makes $7.2 billion a year in gross revenue. They will not feel this hit. They will not even know it's gone. Now they're still here and they still want the money, but that's because they have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. They're legally obligated to be here. They have to maximize the revenue for their shareholders. That's why they're here. But they won't know this money is gone. They won't shut down operations. And so this bill is not about what are we going to do with the waste now? Oh, or is all the waste going to be shipped somewhere? Is it going to go to a landfill? Yada, yada. No, we're talking about chump change for mega corporations. And when we finally do pass this bill, the money will be redirected to wind, solar, and other legitimate forms of clean energy, which is where Marylanders always thought it was going. So, Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I really just think this program is corporate welfare. This is the worst kind of example of the government picking winners and losers. It's not a partisan issue. Former Senator Mike Huff made this issue his calling card for many years over in the Senate. I don't think it's partisan. Whether or not you like climate or you hate asthma or you hate lymphoma like I do, I think we should all be able to come together and realize this is just a boondoggle and that we are all paying more to either Montgomery County or two companies who don't need the money in the name of clean energy when they're what they're actually doing is pumping bad stuff into the air. I urge favorable report.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sinai Emanuel, climate policy analyst with Progressive Maryland, an organization with over 125,000 members, working class families, allies, and labor affiliates. And today I'm going to be highlighting two key findings with negative impacts on Maryland ratepayers from this report that I dropped off at all your offices earlier today. And I also went to the grace of highlighting it for you so you don't have to do as much work. But I'm going to be highlighting two key components of this report on Maryland's renewable portfolio standard and trash incineration. First, that steadily increasing subsidies towards trash incineration has occurred for both in and out of state incinerators. And secondly, these increasing subsidies have actually not been met with increasing amounts of energy, which is the reason why they're in the RPS to begin with. But let's start there. The renewable portfolio standard in Maryland sends clean energy credits to these trash incinerators, and one of which being in Virginia. And these clean energy credits have led to significant income for these incinerators. Between 2008 and now, over $108 million have been sent to these incinerators. And if there's no action taken to stop incinerators from receiving these funds, between now and 2030, we will have spent $215 million of ratepayer funds subsidizing trash incinerators, not just in Maryland, but also in Virginia. Secondly, according to the studies that we've done, this increasing cost of clean energy credits has actually not led to increasing amounts of energy. So these credits have actually gone up by over 700% since 2018, costing $3 in 2018 to now $23 in 2024 and 2022. Now, this is also coinciding with electricity production stagnating or decreasing in some cases. The Baltimore trash incinerator decreased electricity production by 35%, despite investments going up 700%. Now, this is an incredibly terrible investment that is now being shouldered by Maryland ratepayers, many of which who are also suffering from the air pollution coming from trash incineration. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 166. This bill has broad support among the environmental and broader community. In our testimony, we have 87 organizations signed on. There is support from local government. And ultimately, what this comes down to is burning trash is not renewable energy, and we are subsidizing them for producing a product that we are not getting. It is very CO2 greenhouse gas intensive. A new study found that burning trash in municipal solid waste produces more CO2 per unit of energy than coal. The Renewable Portfolio Standard was designed to help shift Maryland to renewables and to combat global warming. But that is not what we are getting when we include trash incineration in our renewable portfolio. The 2019 study from DNR and the Power Plant Research Project, the Climate Plan, and consistent fiscal DLS notes show that trash incineration is not needed to prop up our RPS, and it holds it back for its greenhouse gas reduction goals. Our written testimony includes startling charts demonstrating some of this. Burning plastic and municipal solid waste is basically burning fossil fuels just with more steps. It belches CO2, and tens of millions of dollars of ratepayer subsidies are going to it to provide a renewable energy service that we are not getting. It is time to make more money available for real renewables, and hopefully 2024 is the year. Thank you, and we urge a favorable support.
Yes, sorry. Good evening. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I'm here in expressing my strong support for Bill HB 166. I'm a youth resident of Baltimore City and part of a grassroots community-led nonprofit organization, the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. And I will start out by agreeing with what has already been said. Ratepayers at large have been wasting so much money investing in non-renewable trash incineration and subsidizing what is clearly not an efficient or renewable way to get energy. The Land Trust has long been working to move Baltimore to a healthier future, building a path forward where we can receive our energy from truly renewable sources like wind and solar. As Maryland ratepayers, we are frustrated by how our money profits these non-renewable climate polluting facilities, further harmful to human health in comparison to solar and wind. As we continue building our sustainable communities in South Baltimore, we are here today strongly in support of Bill HB 166. And we have, as a group, started a sign-on letter for District 46 community organization groups and associations as the Bresco incinerator is located in the 46th district. And I quote, "The message from Baltimore is clear. It's time for Maryland to stop subsidizing polluters like Bresco and use that money to support renewable energy instead." We have 12 communities and business organizations signed on to that letter, including the SB7 coalition. So please, we urge to pass this bill HB 166 as it's what residents, groups, and the organization, as well as youth, need the state to do. This year, a majority of 12 city council members have signed on to the letter supporting the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act, as well as the Baltimore City Comptroller. And we need y'all to restore the RPS to its original purpose of funding renewable and clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. I'm here to support HB 166. My name is Ashley Esposito, and I'm a resident of the 40th district. And I'm also an elected school board member. And while I'm not here on behalf of the whole board, I did make a commitment to voters across the city that I would speak to environmental justice issues and support legislation that will preserve the future for our kids. So I support this bill because I see the work already being done in the city, and what I see as a barrier to expanding that work is funding. So Baltimore City, for example, has piloted a compost program. Our school district has a fleet of electric buses. And when I look at what the purpose of this bill should have been, this piece of legislation should have been, it should be for renewable energy. And as a descendant of coal miners, I understand that workers want to work, but it's also not the workers' burden to make sure to preserve an industry that is being phased out, or that's actually the business's responsibility to change their business model to change with the times. The money was always intended for it to go towards renewable and clean energy. So I would like to request for you all to support this without any weakening amendments, because this bill will ensure that renewable energy and the future of our kids and communities will be fully funded. Thank you.
No, that's great. Thanks. So Delegate Stewart, last year's bill is different than this year's bill, and I want to say that I thank you for that. That was a tough bill last year. I guess the only question that I didn't ask last year, because I was focused on one subject, has to do with just the general theme behind waste management. And, the practical application here is that I think our state has a responsibility to have policy that that relates to waste management. And are you worried that a bill like this is sort of fighting a natural difficulty, which is there's only so much landfill, right? And that there has to be a responsible way to manage it. And are you concerned that your bill, while I hear you on the RPS component, is fighting some natural business tendencies to concern themselves with the limited acreage that they have and the growing volume of trash?
Yeah, well, thank you for those comments. And first, let me thank you for acknowledging the new version of the bill, and a lot of that was based on your remarks last year that we honed in on this one issue. To answer your question, I'm really glad you raised this. I want to be really, really clear about this issue. The way we're doing waste management today will not change in any way by this bill. So right now, there are 3 facilities getting these money. None of the 3 facilities need the money that they're getting from the RPS to continue operations. They're profitable. They're not struggling. In fact, you're going to hear later about all these different new renovations and money they've pumped into them. They're not going anywhere. Now, they generally don't come out and say they are, so no one's even claiming they are. I mean, I've never seen any evidence to suggest that these 3 facilities, the 2 in Maryland and the 1 in Virginia, aren't extremely profitable. The reason they're profitable is we haven't increased any more in the area. There haven't been any new ones in years and years and years, and yet we're producing more trash year after year after year. So they're continuing to have what they need, fodder to make money. And I'm happy for them. They're good people, and they're going to talk about some of their charity work and stuff like that. I have no problem with that. But this is not a waste management portfolio standard. This is not a charity portfolio standard. This is a renewable portfolio standard. And when we tell Marylanders that they have to pay more in their rate, I mean, costs are skyrocketing everywhere. I don't have to tell this committee that. We're telling them they have to pay more because we're trying to fund renewable energy and do the right thing on the environment. And we all have to pitch in. And then we're sending it to these guys who don't need the money. It's a scam.
Let me just ask one follow-up to that comment there.
Yeah.
The emissions from these facilities, they are regulated heavily. And maybe it wasn't you now. I was listening to all the testimony, but the quote was that it's belching emissions, and
that was not me. Very evocative language, but not me.
Okay. So let me finish my swing.
Yeah, of course.
I'll let you have the panel do as you will with it. But the point of the exercise is that there is a cost to compliance, and there's also a technology improvement that has to happen over time. And so there is, in my opinion, a renewable / clean element of how we handle waste. Now, it's not the same thing as, say, building a wind turbine, but maybe it is, because what's the environmental impact of building a metal structure in the middle of the ocean? I'm not going to get into that debate, but just say that it's not zero impact. I mean, there is some impact to developing that form of renewable energy. This is by definition renewable energy. It's something that's there, it's available, and it's creating energy. And yes, there's some costs and benefits that have to be associated with it, but it's not far removed from what's it take to build a solar panel. How are we affecting land use on lands where we take acreage and put solar in? It's a different conversation, Delegate, and I'll let you answer, but it's not completely removed from the reality of renewable energy and what we do to help subsidize and facilitate responsible forms of of energy. But it's also clean because you have to meet federal and state standards. And I'll let you go with how you go there.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are actually very nuanced and very interesting comments, right? Which is that everything that we could possibly fund, every energy source is going to have pros and cons. You know, for example, a lot of people don't like the aesthetics of wind turbines out on the water. Yeah, exactly. The disposal of solar panels is a problem, as I know members of this committee has raised before. So not every energy source has pros and cons. And I guess what I'm not alleging in this bill is that the other fund, you know, things that we're funding are panaceas and perfect and going to solve all of our problems. And this one is not. I think there are pros and cons to this too. But I think if you stack it up and you look at what it produces, the kind of jobs that are created by the subsidy, which are basically no new net jobs, how much it's belching, how profitable the companies are, the fact that a third of the money is going out of state, and you stacked it up against all this other stuff that we could be funding, I think you would become convinced, as I have over the last couple of years, that this is just by far the worst way we could spend the money.
Delegate, before I go to Delegate Amprey, I just want to say, I think you're hitting on like the thread that you should be hitting on here is the money, right? Like I know a lot of other people are talking about the renewable portfolio standard, but it's like the corporate welfare.
Yeah.
That is the thread I would stay down, because I think if that is to go, it's like the question members here should ask is why should someone from Anne Arundel or St. Mary's or the Eastern Shore subsidize plants in Virginia, in MoCo, who doesn't even want it, in Baltimore City?
Yep.
And then I think the board, when it goes to the floor, will be unique, but I think it would probably pass. Delegate Amprey.
Thanks for stealing my thunder there, Mr. Vice Chair. I was headed down that road. I just want to get an idea of, I guess I'll pivot a little bit. I just want to get an idea of the amount you talked about ratepayers. I think Mr. Emanuel talked about ratepayers, and I often hear in this committee, especially my friends on the other side of the aisle, about the importance of thinking about ratepayers. So I want to get a better understanding of if this subsidy is removed, how will it impact ratepayers? What does it do for ratepayers as far as the dollar amount? How is it going to support those individuals who are currently giving, like what I'm hearing is that we're giving money to people who are multi-billionaire companies. So how is it? Where does that money eventually go if this bill were to pass?
Yeah, so the money that folks are currently paying, essentially what we're saying is they're not getting very much for their money. So they're paying more in their ratepayers. And, you know, for example, Delegate Fisher probably was horrified to hear that he's been paying Montgomery County. He didn't even know it. Every time he pays his energy bill, he's been funneling money over to Montgomery County. We appreciate his work, his service. But I mean, folks are paying more right now and they're not getting a whole lot. If we pass this bill, that money would instead go to the energy sources of the future, like wind and solar, where they would support up and coming businesses and Maryland jobs that are on the verge of trying to hire more and more people, including in wind, for example, where the jobs are really, really good paying. So folks would still be paying stuff and their rates are still going to look about the same,
right?
But it's actually going to be going towards the kind of stuff that they thought it was going the whole time. I mean, if you ask the average person on the street, hey, did you know that, you know, you pay a little bit extra so that Montgomery County gets more money and so the corporations that don't need the money can burn trash? I think people would probably think you were joking.
Got it.
Thanks.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you for bringing a bill to raise the fact that we're finally concerned about ratepayers, because every bill we've heard here today, I think, would increase rates, whether we're talking about windmills, battery storage requirements, smart meters. I mean, we just had a bill where we kind of blew it off. It would cost customers in Potomac Edison service territory $150 million. And we were told to get over it. So I just want to thank you for bringing a bill that finally raises awareness to rates.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know that I exactly say get over it, but I mean, get with the times over time. But no, it's fine. All right. Okay, noted. That concludes this panel. We'll now go to Jamie DeMarco. What? Oh, my bad, Seth. Didn't see your thing. Go ahead. Come back up here.
You would probably just confuse me for Adams or Waffo anyway. Don't worry about it. So we remove energy sources from tier 1 all the time.
Yeah.
And then buy it directly on the grid from states that are still burning that energy. Tier 1 black liquor comes to mind. We absolutely destroyed an industry. And then we go up and we buy it from other states that are still burning dirty energy sources. These absolutely have a negative impact on ratepayers. How would you respond to that?
If you wanted to put in an amendment to make it clear that not only are we not going to use RECs for trash incineration for these 3 facilities that we've been doing, but that you're also interested in making sure we don't ever buy RECs from other states that are doing the same thing, I think that probably is what the effect of the bill. Delegate Charkoudian can tell me if I'm wrong, but if you want to put that sort of amendment in to make sure that this is not this industry, we don't want any part in on the REC marketplace, I would consider that friendly.
I think that would also have a severe negative impact on our ratepayers, because then we would put an undue amount of pressure on renewable energies to meet the demand. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I don't know if this is a question. Well, I can go with you. Is black liquor the only thing we've taken out? Yeah. Okay. Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the way the RPS works, in my understanding, is that when you take it out, you don't send the money anywhere for
Okay,
that.
that's what I thought. Okay,
Is
yeah.
that your understanding
That
as
is my
well?
understanding too,
Okay,
but
so
if we
wouldn't
need to
be sending-
clarify, yeah.
So we wouldn't
yeah,
be sending it to black liquor, or we aren't currently sending to black liquor anywhere. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And is it also your understanding that if we take incineration out, we wouldn't pay for incineration anywhere on the grid? Is that your understanding?
That was certainly the intent of the bill.
And have you had a chance to see the PPRP report that was done a couple of years ago that projects whether or not this question about will this have an impact on ratepayers? And it says, no, it won't, because there are these other sources that can step in where the money can go to. Have you had a chance to look at that?
I did see that report.
Good.
Yes.
We both agree on these things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate.
All right. Yeah. First time ever. All right. That concludes this panel. Jamie DeMarco, Michael Rashid, Ashley Esposito, and then we have 6 virtual favorable. Oh, I apologize.
I'll be back, Mr. Chair. I gotta go vote.
I know. Jamie, you here? All right, Jamie, go ahead. And you don't have to repeat anything you already said, bud.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jamie DeMarco. I'm the Maryland Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I also want to make the case that this is in some respects a local bill, as you've heard, and we know that a majority of both the Montgomery County delegation and the Baltimore City delegation support this bill. So you could think of it as a local bill and support it for that reason. I also want to say we pulled the records of not just how much you heard the electricity that was produced has actually gone down, but we actually pulled how much trash was burned. And we looked at the years before trash was in the tier 1 of the RPS and the years after. And there was no difference in the amount of trash that was burned when it was added to the RPS in the Baltimore City facility. And we don't think anything would change if it were taken out of the RPS. Thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Rebecca Rear, you here? Fire. I apologize. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna let it go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Rebecca Rear, Director of Climate Policy and Justice at the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here in support of HB 166. Just 2 things you haven't heard today, unless Jamie just said it and I missed it. What's in this bill is explicitly in the state's climate pollution reduction plan, which was published in December of 2023. It also was a unanimous recommendation from the Maryland Commission on Climate Change 2023 annual report. And passing this bill will make the credits available for wind and solar. So I urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time. Just 2 things you haven't heard today.
Thank you. All right, we have 6 virtual. We're gonna let them all in. I will call them before they begin and then start the timer. Go ahead, go ahead, Caroline. You can start. Alice, can you put yours on mute? And Caroline, can you take yours off mute?
Hi, my name is Caroline Ader, and I would like the committee to know that when the Renewable Portfolio Standard was enacted in 2004, trash incineration was actually a tier 2 renewable. It was in 2011 that it was moved to a tier 1, which meant it got more subsidies. This was a real push by a gentleman who wanted to build another incinerator in Baltimore. That did not happen. But of course, Covanta and Willebrator, AK Win, they put their hands out to take this extra subsidy. Right now, there are over 6 million people that live in the state of Maryland, every single ratepayer in the state of Maryland is on the hook for this subsidy that goes to the 2 incinerators in Maryland, as well as the one in Virginia. When trash was a tier 2, it was supposed to sunset in 2019. That was 5 years ago. So now is the time to get rid of trash incineration subsidies that are going to these big, large corporations that every single ratepayer in Maryland has been paying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mark Conway. I am a city councilman representing the 4th District in North Baltimore. I won't reiterate some of the great arguments put forward by Delegate Stewart, but I will just kind of add a little bit of notation. Myself and 11 of my colleagues on the city council of 15 have signed on to a letter supporting this bill, so I'm here to equally support it. I think ultimately we do want to see this money go toward renewable energy sources, and of course we don't consider trash incineration as renewable energy. I'd love to see rooftop solar. I'd love to see solar on brownfields or ways to utilize some of the areas in the city in different ways that we have not been using to date. So just I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate how thoughtful you guys are being about this. I will say, Baltimore City is actively trying to figure out how to shut down our wheelabrator, how to shut down the incinerator. We want to move away from burning our trash and move towards more sustainable solutions, such as composting and eliminating single-use plastics and such like that. So appreciate how thoughtful you guys are being about this. We do 100% support this bill and urge a favorable report.
Councilman, I apologize. I did not realize you were a councilman when I called on you, so thank you. Alice, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alice. I submitted written testimony, and I would encourage the members of the Economic Matters Committee to review that, as it contains scientific and financial information.
Alice, I apologize. Can you just say your full name for the record? Sorry.
Yes, it's Alice Goldberg. I submitted this written testimony that includes scientific and financial information that speaks to the extreme fiscal irresponsibility of including trash incineration in the highest tier of Maryland's renewable energy portfolio standard. But today I want to tell you the story of a frontline community member, Shanae Thomas, who lives near the Bresco incinerator in South Baltimore. Last month, I met Shanae, and she told me about what it's like living in the shadow of this incinerator. She told me that her lungs hurt when she goes outside, that she can't trust the air enough to take a deep breath. Shanae has asthma because of the exposure to pollution that she's had since childhood. Every person living near that power plant pays the price of having this incinerator in their backyard through increased cost of healthcare and a decreased standard of living. She wants me to tell you that she wishes she could be here today, and that she feels exploited and upset knowing that Maryland's dedicated renewable energy funds go into the pocketbook of a company that pollutes her community. I want to address the concern about what's going to happen to the trash, because that's something that I keep hearing from people who I talk to. And what I want to say is that this bill is not going to make trash incineration illegal. It doesn't take away any of the revenue sources that the incinerator had before incineration was inaccurately put in the top tier of the renewable portfolio standard. What I want you to know is that as members of the Economic Matters Committee, you are entrusted with making sure that Marylanders spend our dollars wisely. I want you to be infuriated that major companies like Bresco, which poison people and are antithetical to our climate goals, receive any cut of the limited renewable portfolio monies that we desperately need for combating climate change and lowering air pollution. I encourage you to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Dante Swinton, are you still on?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, everyone. My name is Dante Swinton, and I am the founder of Our Zero Waste Future Incorporated. First, it's impossible to discuss the continuation or discontinuation of incinerator subsidies without also discussing the impact on surrounding communities. Wind Waste Baltimore is the largest polluter in the city by far, accounting for 13% of methane emissions, 33% of toxic air emissions, and an incredible 48% of carbon emissions. Every year this proposal emerges, proponents of incineration will state either that Wind Waste and Covanta are in compliance with emissions regulations, or that the emissions are negligible compared to vehicles. It's important to recognize two things. One, compliance is not the same as safety. even as short-term exposure to nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter can increase the lifetime risk of cardiovascular diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, and stroke. 2, incinerator emissions are not negligible. Wind waste, for example, emits the same amount of carbon dioxide as over 141,000 cars driving 11,500 miles in a year. It also produces enough nitrogen oxides to equal over 127,000 cars driving the same amount. And it would take over 1 million cars to equal the amount of sulfur dioxide emitted by wind waste in a given year. It's not insignificant pollution, and it's crucial members of the Maryland General Assembly understand this as a part of the discussion. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce supports the transition to a zero-waste economy, stating in its John 34 report that even a 70% diversion rate would unlock $4.5 trillion to the national economy by 2030, that it could be the biggest economic revolution of our country's history. We can acknowledge that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce will not declare itself as some sort of liberal or woke bastion, so the call for a transition to a zero-waste economy is universal, regardless if you're a Republican, Democrat, or Independent. Per 10,000 tons of material, incinerators only create one job. Appropriately, wind waste has about 70 employees, but for every 10,000 tons of material landfill, you get 4 to 6 jobs. With recycling, you actually create 36 jobs per 10,000 tons of material. Reuse and remanufacturing produces 300 jobs per 10,000 tons of material. So I urge you to support this bill as the job creation can happen with on continuation of incineration.
Thank you, sir. Toby Harris.
Good evening, Chair Wilson and members of the committee. My name is Toby Harris, and I'm also a Baltimore City resident, and I'm also with the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. Thank you so much. Everything's been said this evening, so me too.
All right. Not sure what happened there. Jennifer, do you want to go? And then if Toby comes back online, we'll let her finish. Go ahead.
I think Toby's last words were me too. So I think we might be all good there. But yeah, my name's Jennifer Kunze, Maryland Organizing Director with Clean Water Action and resident of Baltimore City and District 45, former resident of District 40. And everything has been said, so I am also going to me too. Thank you all so much tonight.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes the favorables. We'll now go to favorable with amendment. I have Aaron Greenfield, John Monger. And you can start when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Bioenergy DevCo. As many of you know who have visited the Jessup facility, this anaerobic digester processes at least 115,000 tons per year of organic food waste material that would otherwise be headed to landfills and incineration. The resulting 26,000 tons of carbon dioxide saved from the atmosphere each year has the same environmental impact that a forest area 56 times the size of Central Park provides. We request that the bill is amended to allow that for comprehensive collection of methane through all available technologies, as well as the development of future collection technology. Under current law, a Tier 1 renewable source includes methane from the anaerobic digestion of organic materials only in a landfill or wastewater treatment plant. We're seeking to allow all forms, including anaerobic digestion, not just in a landfill or wastewater treatment plant, for inclusion as a Tier 1 renewable source. You have my written testimony, which includes the amendment. For those reasons, we respectfully request the amendment.
So you want to, the bill has nothing to do with you, and you want to add? Okay, got it. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, and thank you, Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee. I also want to say a particular thanks to the Montgomery County delegates, Delegate Charkoudian, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, Delegate Chi, and Delegate Queen. My name is John Monger, and I'm the Director of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm here today on behalf of our County Executive, Mark Elrich, who's provided written testimony for today. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act. Montgomery County has supported this bill for years, and our support continues. This bill would appropriately refocus the renewable portfolio standard by removing energy derived from waste incineration from counting as Tier 1, as others have said earlier today. We believe that this change will incentivize the development of clean renewable energy from important sources such as wind and solar, and we are fully in support of this change, as it's important for meeting our climate and aiming for zero waste goals, as well as supporting public health outcomes. These changes would, however, come at a cost. Simply put, removing waste to energy from counting towards the RPS will reduce revenues. And because we operate one of the only waste incineration facilities in the state, some of that cost will be borne by the county's ratepayers. To put numbers to these words, last year, the sale of the renewable energy credits brought in more than $10 million to the county's budget. So for this reason, we've requested an amendment to the bill to start implementation next year, 2025, mid-calendar year. Doing so would allow us time to identify cost savings and opportunities to help avoid further customer rate increases in FY25. We're grateful to Delegate Stewart for his understanding and willingness to support that amendment. In closing, I want to reiterate that we strongly support this bill while acknowledging its short-term financial impacts on Montgomery County. It's important that we walk the walk and promote clean energy in the state with all of our available tools. So we hope this will be the year this important legislation moves forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Montgomery County, you're the head of the what? I'm sorry, I didn't get your title.
Director of Environmental Protection.
Okay, so they've got their own EPA in Montgomery County. Yeah, that's true. So why not just close it? Isn't that, I mean, you're ahead of the equivalent of the EPA in Montgomery County. I mean, why not just advocate to close it?
Well, thank you for the question. I think, as has been said earlier by the bill sponsor, this bill is separate from the operational considerations associated with the incinerator. So this bill is focused primarily in support of the renewable portfolio standard.
Do you support closing it?
So the county is actively undertaking a review of our entire waste management system and does have plans to close our incinerator. But I just want to note that that's not the scope of our testimony today or this bill.
And I know that they probably gave you a short leash for what you could testify. And I understand that and I respect that. I was just curious, why not just close it? Because I haven't really heard anyone else's solution to what to do with the trash. And obviously it is a problem. I mean, we all acknowledge that. We all have this issue, but it just seems like it's something that there should be a solution to, because we're just biting. I hear this bill, it's just biting around the edges of what everybody's trying to accomplish. And by everybody, I mean Montgomery County at least. And it doesn't seem to really deal with the actual issue, which is their desire to get rid of it. So any comment on that? Sorry.
Well, I would underscore that, the RPS was set up to encourage the development of renewable clean energy sources like wind and solar. And we agree that that should be the focus of the RPS going forward, which is why we're in support of this bill.
Even though it's about the trash. Okay.
All right. Seeing no further questions, that concludes this panel. We'll go to the unfavorable. I believe it is Mary Urban, Fraser Blaylock, Pam Casemeyer.
Hi, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Mary Urban. I'm a South Baltimore City resident, and I work for Wind Waste, formerly Wheelbrader. I respectfully ask that you oppose HB 166 and just a few points of note. So per the MDE, Baltimore City and our state are making about 20% more waste than the year before. The city did state that moving away from waste energy would have a negative environmental impact and cost the city about $100 million to build a transfer station and haul waste to a landfill out of state. We're very proud to have completed $45 million in upgrades to be one of the cleanest waste energy facilities in the world. We also offered to codify our community engagement of nearly $1 million a year into our most recent city contract. These investments have helped us have more fruitful conversations about waste, about our work, and about our role in managing it and creating energy. In Baltimore, each year we convert 700,000 tons of waste into renewable energy. It powers 31,000 homes. And Baltimore Steam Loop, it offsets 650,000 barrels of oil or 188,000 tons of coal. In 2022, only 19% of the RECs were purchased from in-state sources. So we ask that you continue to support a Maryland company that employs 80 hardworking team members, offsets 650,000 barrels of oil, diverts 700,000 tons of waste from landfills, and reduces fossil fuels. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, members of the committee. My name is Fraser Blaylock. I'm with Covanta Energy. And if you wouldn't mind, I brought some of my coworkers from Montgomery County with me today. If they wouldn't mind just standing up and saying hello. Okay, thank you. I want to just try to respond to so many of the things that were said by the bill sponsor and others that have spoken. One thing that we keep hearing is that the RPS, that the waste energy being in the RPS is keeping the state of Maryland from developing more wind and solar. We're falling well short of meeting the RPS goals. The two waste to energy facilities that exist in Maryland are providing important baseload renewable electricity that frankly, this state is in short supply of generation. We need every megawatt that we can generate here. Covanta is no longer at this time selling our Lorton, Virginia electricity into the Maryland RPS. So that is factually incorrect. We are not doing that. Also, I'd like to say in terms of the EJ issue, which we're very sensitive to or very aware of, shall I say, if you disincentivize waste to energy and incentivize landfill gas, you're going to push the trash out to communities that host landfills. These are EJ communities. Now, I know Baltimore is a different community than is Montgomery County, but Montgomery County is no EJ community. So we should be continuing to take care of our own trash in Montgomery County and not putting trucks on the road to go through other neighboring counties to get to Virginia and Pennsylvania to dump our trash in somebody else's backyard. So finally, the cost issue, Mr. Vice Chair, sorry, I don't want to run over to be disrespectful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Pam.
Hello, Pam Casemar on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, which is the private sector waste industry, not just waste to energy, it's recycling facilities, it's haulers, it's everything. And since I'm the last one for today, I'll go very quickly. But I think much of what you heard, and Ms. Blaylock said it very well, and the industry as a whole is supporting your retention of this. It's not keeping us from doing solar and wind and others, but it is a renewable form of energy. And the alternative is landfilling. And believe me, there are members of my association who have landfills, so maybe that would be a good thing. But they also believe that this is a renewable source. It's recognized by the EPA. It's highly regulated, both at the federal and state level for emissions. And so there really isn't a basis to take it out. It's not taking away from the development of other renewable sources, and it is creating energy in ways that no other form of waste management is creating energy at the current moment. And with that, I'll give you back 48 seconds since it's the end of your day.
Mr. Chair. Fraser, why did you all stop selling Virginia Recs into Maryland? Do you have another source for them?
Virginia.
You're selling them into Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. So you're still getting Recs there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So
we're on par with the other renewables in Virginia. They don't have a tier system. It's just the renewables. So we're in with wind and solar and everybody else in Virginia.
So coming back to Maryland then, the Montgomery County are the folks who get the money.
Yes,
right? So they're saying they don't need the money. So at this point, is it your testimony that without putting aside what the plans are for waste management, is it your testimony that without the Recs that you would have to close down and we would have to landfill the trash in Maryland? In Montgomery County?
Absolutely. I am not saying that the county would have to close down the waste to energy facility if they were not getting the rec revenue.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know. Because when you compare what would happen if you had to drive trucks and landfill and environmental justice, the implication is if we were to move forward with this, is that we would be landfilling and all that kind of thing. So I just wanted to clarify. That.
May I respond? Am I allowed to respond? Let's just call it like it is. The county executive wants to shut down the waste energy facility.
That's not our decision.
That's what this is about.
That's not our decision. I've been here advocating for this way before the county executive was. So I'm asking you,
go ahead.
Are the recs required in order for you to not shut down the incineration in Montgomery County?
We do not have a final say in whether the waste to energy facility is shut down or not. That's a county decision.
But you
Ma'am,
can
that's not-
operate without
that's
the
not-
RECs.
That's not the question.
Okay.
You can operate without the RECs, correct?
We can
It's
operate
a
if we get a,
profitable, it's profitable without the RECs. Is that
if we get
correct?
a service fee, we get paid a service fee. So as long as we're getting paid a service fee, yes, we can continue to operate without the RECs.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you. So anything that anyone's saying about hauling waste somewhere else, if we take away the RECs, putting aside what the county executive wants to do, is not an accurate assessment of the question that is in front of this committee right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when, I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time here. When I was elected in 2014, we did the freshman tour.
Yes, sir.
And the freshman tour included at the time, Speaker Bush having us go to your facility, I believe. And let me just ask the question. Why do you think a freshman 10 years ago went to your facility?
Well, I think the speaker at the time thought that that was an example that should be shared with freshman legislators to show them what's possible in a county that's taking care of its own waste and helping generate electricity for the citizens of Maryland.
I agree with that. My only additional remark, and then the question, is that when the RPS was created, which predates me, so I don't know the answer to this question. I don't like asking questions that I don't know what I think the answer is going to be. But at some point, we put in waste to energy when we created this because we valued this form of energy and renewable energy and wanted to incentivize it so it didn't either go away or we weren't maximizing its potential. So through these years, and here's my question, through these years, these credits do have an impact on your ability to meet federal and state mandates, to be modernized and to not belch. I had to push back, I didn't push back hard on the sponsor, but when they're talking about using the word belch, I mean, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking this is the 40s and the 50s with smokestacks that are shooting, unclean air into the, environment. So that's not this at all. That takes a cost. And so we want to continue not only your waste energy program, but the reason why it could be in the RPS is because we also want you to be investing and staying ahead of environmental responsibilities that are, to Pam's point, federal, EPA, and state responsibilities. Would you agree with that?
That's what I was going to say in those last 4 seconds, but I didn't have the
Well,
4
go ahead and
seconds.
say that, and then I'll.
Well, I don't want the vice chair to.
No, I've asked you a question. Go for
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. All right.
it.
Someone throws you a softball, now you have more time.
All right. These facilities are mature in their technology. It's the same technology that we're building over in Europe and in Asia. So the technology per se hasn't changed, but obviously these facilities have been around for a while. Just like your car, after a while, you need to change the tires, change the oil, these kinds of things. And EPA is, if nothing else, quite. The regulatory agency is very stringent with its requirements on waste to energy, and we're happy about that. It's fine with us, but we do need to invest in these plants to keep them operating at the peak performance that they operate, which is well below all our emission limits.
Thank you.
Just let you off the hook there. We'll end this for the day. All right. That is the last bill hearing for today, colleagues. There are no hearings tomorrow. I'll see everybody. Yep, there is a subcommittee and subcommittee chair meeting after floor. Have a good night.